republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And as we might have set the legislature place.
Well, thank you for that. And a special thank you to a number of folks from Evanston who have made this meeting and the community tour yesterday so welcoming and inspiring. We'll hear from Evanston a little later in the agenda, but just the fact that we're meeting in this building, and it's remarkable what this community has done, and it's remarkable that the state has had the resources to be able to invest in projects like this. The curb appeal of Evanston is remarkable, and the first business recruitment project that I'd ever worked on was here in Evanston with Everett Graphics, and in many ways that project shaped how the Business Ready Community Program works, how revenue recapture works, how it's reinvested. So I'm very happy to be in Evanston. It's, for me personally, it's a meaningful community, but I think it's also one that has lessons to teach statewide about how to integrate community development and business development. A few housekeeping items. Please make sure you speak into the mics, and please make sure your phones are not too close to the mic, or we'll pick up feedback. So as we normally do, this meeting is being broadcast live on Facebook Live, and that is something that the Business Council has really been a leader in, and a special shout out to Ben Peterson for making this Facebook Live magic happen. Ben has become the expert in state government, and he's been consulting with the legislature, with other state agencies, with Endow. This is the way we can do, this is the way that government can operate in a transparent and open fashion. And then for members of the audience, if you have any sidebar conversations, if you can take them outside of the room. I would like to send a very special welcome to our new board members, and then each of the board members introduce yourselves and your profession, where you're from. But welcome Aaron and welcome Jason. We're very excited to have you on the board. It's just a matter of circumstance that we have many board members missing today, and I look forward to being able to introduce you to everyone on the board. But I think that to your experience in starting up companies, in the technologies that you're both involved with, your enthusiasm is going to be very beneficial to this board and to the organization, and we really look forward to those conversations. Economic development in Wyoming right now is it's exciting, and there's a lot going on, and there is a lot of attention being paid to the Business Council right now. So it's really this board who is going to find the direction for the state of Wyoming. So exciting time and welcome. So with that, why don't we maybe start with you, Alan, if you could introduce yourself.
Thank you. Alan Hoops from Freedom, Wyoming. I'm in Star Valley. I'm the CEO of Silver Star Communications. We're a broadband provider that serves Jackson Hole, Star Valley, and then eastern Idaho.
Alan, you're going to have to pull that microphone.
Okay. Can you hear me better now? Sorry.
Right on.
Alan Hoops, Silver Star Communications, Freedom, Wyoming, broadband provider in western Wyoming, eastern Idaho. So, thank you.
Good morning, Jerry Bland from Jackson Hole, and I'm president of Jackson Hole Mountain Resort for the time being.
Good morning, I'm Aaron Sopko from Sheridan, Wyoming, general manager of Advanced Communications Technology. We're a broadband and fiber deployment company.
Good morning, Kelly Lockhart from Jackson. We have a family business or family businesses with my two sons and my wife and various enterprises in Jackson, and welcome new board members.
Good morning, Pete Illoway from Cheyenne.
Mike Easley, Sundance, Wyoming, CEO of Powder River Energy Corporation, which is a co-op up in the northeast corner of the state.
Mike Wandler from Gillette, Wyoming. I'm the president and shareholder of L&H Industrial, heavy industrial manufacturing and repair.
Jason Kinsler, thanks for the warm welcome. I'm a new board member. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Pitch Engine. We're a software company based in Riverton. I'm happy to be here.
Ron Harvey out of Orland. Been in business for 28 years. And as I told Pete earlier, we thrive on the fact that if you live near us, call us. If we can't do it, we'll find the best person that can.
Erin Moore, CEO and partner for Gannett Peak Technical Services in Cheyenne. And apparently I got to talk a little bit more into the mic. So, but again, thank you for the warm welcome. I'm very excited about joining the Business Council Board.
Well, thank you. So the March is the meeting at which we... Oh, I'm sorry, Cactus is on. Great.
Speak, Cactus.
Yes, Cactus Cavello, Regional President with Point West Community Bank. I want to welcome the new board members. I'm sorry I'm not there, but look forward to seeing you very soon.
Thanks, Cactus. Do we have any other board members calling in? All right. Well, it's nice to hear Cactus. He's the outgoing co-chairman of the board, and March is the first meeting of the calendar year is when we've traditionally elected new officers. And the December meeting, Cactus appointed a team headed by Mike Wandler and including Kim DeVore and Jay Anderson to constitute a nominating committee, and I think that we have a report from that committee. Mike?
Yes. So the nominating committee considered the entire roster of the Wyoming Business Council board members for the office of co-chair, vice chair, and secretary-treasurer of the Wyoming Business Council Board of Directors. The committee considered members' remaining terms, reappointment of eligibility, and availability to serve. The nominating committee notes the caliber of some of the long-serving board members who have held leadership roles, but whose terms are nearing, or whose professional commitments would make serving as an officer challenging. The nominating committee extends a special thank you to Aaron Sopko, Alan Hoops, and Kelly Lockhart for their leadership, commitment, and service. Upon further discussion, the committee recommends the nomination of the following members as officers for the 2018-2019 year. Mr. Pete Illoway as co-chairman, Ms. Megan Overman-Getz as vice chairman, and Mr. Mike Easley as secretary-treasurer.
So we'll need a motion to accept that recommendation.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Well,
Aye.
thank you. And with that, we'll turn it over to our new co-chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I was not present on the December meeting, so I didn't have any way of saying anything, Mike, but so thank you. I have to talk into the mic, too.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Pete. It's going to be a lot of work, you know
Well,
that.
thank you. One of the first items of business is to appoint the standing committee members of the board, and I have handed out a page to each one of you that shows who those are. For the Personnel, Budget, and Audit Committee, Chair is Mike Easley, Mike Wandler, Aaron Sopko, Megan Getz, and Jerry Bland. For the Business Contract and Loan, Chair is Ron Harvey, Ron Kenzie, Alan Hoops, Megan Getz, and Aaron Moore. For the Community Grant and Loan, the Chair is Kim DeVore, Cactus Cavello, Megan Getz, Kelly Lockhart, and Jason Kinsler. And for the Executive Committee, co-chair is Governor Matt Mead, myself as co-chair, Megan Getz is vice chair, Mike Easley is secretary treasurer, Cactus Cavello is past co-chair, Kim DeVore is committee chair of the Community Grant and Loan Committee, and Ron Harvey is committee chair of the Business Contract and Loan Committee, and that is the executive committee. You'll also notice that you have a sheet that says Wyoming Business Council Advisory Committees with chairman noted, all except for the Technology Development Advisory Committee, and Aaron Sopko and Alan Hoops kind of switch off and on a yearly basis. Those folks are technology challenged, I guess you might say. But what we're going to end up and do is I'm going to ask Warren Appel to do a doodle poll, and everybody will get a chance to take a look at that doodle poll, and then it's much easier than trying to place people. In some cases, maybe Aaron wants to be not on the Technology Development Advisory Committee. I don't know. I'm just suggesting that you all have a chance to pick where you would like to be. So that's the committee, and I guess we do need a motion for the standing committee members and the advisory committee. So I'll make that as a motion and ask for a second.
Second.
Any comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. I got to remember, Cactus, you'll just have to try to speak up, or maybe Ben can you? Okay. Yeah. All right. We have one set of minutes for approval today, the minutes from the December 2017 board meeting in Cheyenne. They're included in Section A of the materials. So may we have a motion on the minutes?
Make a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Motion's been made and second. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Minutes have been approved. I would like to say a couple words of thanks. This is my 6th year on the Wyoming Business Council. I was privileged in about 1998, as I got into the legislature, to attend meetings regarding the formation of the Wyoming Business Council. The Business Council has come a long ways, and it is a tremendous honor to be co-chair with the governor. Having toured Evanston and listened to what we have been able to do along with the city of Evanston was really eye-opening yesterday. And we have done, the Business Council, even though there are people out in the state of Wyoming that think that we may not do very much, let me just tell you that the Business Council has done some things that just were not getting done, and it is one of the premier agencies of state government. And just thinking of some of the things, Evanston, we took a look at some great projects yesterday. We're sitting in one of the great projects in the city of Evanston. I was privileged to be here 3 years ago, and I can't remember which building. It seems to me it was this building. They had a great bar and meal. It was the GOP convention down here. It was well received. Lots of people here. Lots of people took a look at it. I was privileged, along with Cactus, to be in Las Vegas a month or so ago when we were able to be at the announcement when Weatherby Firearms announced they were going to move to Sheridan, Wyoming. These are just some of the small things that have been done by the Business Council over the last, must be 20 years. But I think the business, because isn't this our 20th year?
Yes.
Over 20 years. And as Sean said this morning, this has probably been the busiest year in the legislature for the Business Council. And Sean's going to take a few minutes shortly and talk about what went on during the legislature. But for a budget session, it was amazing how busy the Business Council was and will be for now on. So, but thank you again for everybody. I think we're all going to be lots busier than we have been as board members. And I would like to say, I failed to say it, please take a look at the standing committee list. Make sure that your email is correct. Make sure that your telephone numbers are correct. If you want to add anything, please do so. Let Warren know, whether it's a cell phone or whether it's your business phone or whatever. Please make sure that those numbers and the emails are correct. Okay. I don't see any legislators here.
I hope, Mr. Chairman, that they're in Cheyenne doing their work today.
And you're correct. And the House met yesterday afternoon, and the Senate meets today. The governor vetoed some pieces of legislation and parts of the budget. I don't know what they were. I do know one of the pieces of legislation, but it will be interesting to see what happens. So, is the mayor is here. Mayor, please come forward. Right there in front of us. Mayor, you've done a great job in the city of Evanston. We had a wonderful tour yesterday. So welcome.
Thank you. Welcome. Welcome to you. This is an honor for me. Whether you know it or not, you're an intimidating group, even from the back of the room. I thought, I'm not sure I want to stand up here for very long or not. But, Mr. Chairman, I sure appreciate what I've heard you say this morning, and I appreciate the Wyoming Business Council being here in Evanston. You mentioned this building and others, and the fact of the matter is, without the support and the support of the Wyoming Business Council, we certainly wouldn't have a lot of the things that we have as a community. We're proud of our community. Oftentimes, we in this, farthest southwest corner of the state of Wyoming, sometimes we feel that we get a little forgotten, and I don't know how true that is, but sometimes those feelings are there. But I just want you to know that we in Evanston are very proud of our heritage. We're proud of Evanston's history. We're proud of Uinta County's history. We're proud of our history in the state of Wyoming. We're proud of that. We're proud to be part of Wyoming. And quite honestly, it's an honor for me to welcome you. I hope, I learned a long time ago, I guess I'll say that for me anyway, the key to success would be to surround myself with people that are far more capable than I am, and then not really care who gets the credit for whatever good things happen. And I trust that yesterday, as you were involved and took a tour around our community and involved with some of our city employees and county employees, I think you'll probably agree that that's true. We have some very qualified, very capable people that help us as a community to thrive and to grow. They're better than I am. They're smarter than I am. And as it's fun for me to watch them as they have the ability to spread their wings, so to speak. But and so we are proud of what we are. I would like to just simply say that we have, over the last many years, enjoyed very much our association with Elena Zempel, and she has been an absolute gem to us. And she's in the back of the room, and I would say it whether she's here or not. She has been a godsend to us. So with that, I won't go on and on. Just welcome and thank you for being here. Thank you for your support and involvement in the city of Evanston. And quite honestly, again, we couldn't have done many of the things that you've seen, the things that you saw yesterday, the building that we're in today. Without your support, without your help, without your involvement, we simply could not have done it. We would not have had the resources or the ability to accomplish any of that. So welcome to Evanston. I hope that you enjoy your stay here. We're glad that you're here. And please feel free to come back anytime. So with that, thank you.
Thank you very much. Last night or yesterday, we were privileged to have Jim Davis with us on the tour. Jim was a former board member of the Wyoming Business Council, and we hope to, as we move around the state for our board of directors meetings, to invite past board members to attend, make comments. As a matter of fact, those people can be a godsend to us about anything that they see that needs to be done or that people need help or something like that. So the Business Council has been in effect for 20 years, and I hope it continues for another 20. So, anybody else? County commissioners? Okay. Well, thank you very much for being here. Sean, I think it's down to your time to talk to us about all the fun you had for the 20-day session, which isn't over yet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if fun is the word to describe, but certainly it's significant. Let me, besides your mention of former board member Jim Davis, who is also on the Main Street Advisory Board, yesterday we also had the community invited Steve Russell to the reception. Steve is with formerly SGL Carbon Fiber, now Mitsubishi. He also serves on the Endow Executive Council, and it was very nice to see Steve. So the legislation that came out of this session was by and large a product of recommendations made by the Endow Executive Council. And keep in mind that these are recommendations that they consider low-hanging fruit, and there are the development of the 20-year strategy is still a work in progress. It's due August. So we don't have that 20-year strategy, but I think that you'll get a sense of what the impact of Endow on economic development, workforce development, and education is and is going to continue to be. So the and before I get into the bills, just as a reminder of the Endow Executive Council, where it is honing its focus. It is looking specifically at 5 broad industrial categories that they're going to be doing deeper dives to figure out in a more granular way what are the targets within each of those sectors. Those sectors are advanced manufacturing, value-added minerals and energy, value-added agriculture, the a economic pillar that right now is referred to as knowledge and creative economies, and so that would include many of the things that we traditionally think of as technology, information, data, but it would also include a number of professional service industries that are underrepresented in Wyoming's economy compared to other states. And then the final category is tourism and outdoor recreation. When Greg Hill talks about Endow and compares and contrasts it to the Business Council, he's been referring to the efforts of Endow as big economic development and the many successes of the Business Council and the communities as little economic development. And that is not meant to disparage what we have done at all. What we have done is create an incredible foundation. But what we see over the last 20 years is economic development and investments in economic development that are largely guided by the desires of communities, local governments, and us supporting their activities. Economic development now has a very cooperative relationship with workforce development, but not a full integration. And education is not entirely part of the mix. What Greg sees as big economic development is supersizing what is already going on, but with a much more targeted focus on specific economic sectors and a much greater integration of workforce, economic development, and education. Those industrial focuses are, keep those in mind as I go through the Endow legislation. These are meant to focus on those sectors. So a number of bills came through with, in my mind, surprising support from the legislature. Of course, there's legislators who voted against individual bills. Some legislators voted against all of them. But it was remarkable to me the support on both sides that these bills had. So I will start with air service. There was a bill that I believe the governor may have signed yesterday, which creates basically an air service advisory council that will be in effect for a year. And that advisory group will be made up of representatives of Association of Municipalities, County Commission Association, Endow representatives. There will be representation from the Wyoming Airport Operators Association, and then Business Council and Tourism will serve as non-voting members. That group is to develop the plan around a concept that was discussed last year, and that is for the state of Wyoming to negotiate with an air carrier for service to a particular hub, likely Denver. The contract would be a long-term contract, maybe as long as 10 years, that the state would be much more involved in pricing and scheduling of the air service for those airports that decide to participate. This would be something that's up to each airport if they're going to participate. What's different about this is that right now each airport is negotiating on their own for shorter periods of time with carriers. This changes that dynamic. It gives more of a collective bargaining power of the state, and will do much better job in court in looking at pricing and scheduling for a longer term, maybe as many as 10 years. $15 million was appropriated. So after this council develops its plan and its recommendations, then I believe it goes back to the Aeronautics Commission to actually negotiate with the carrier.
That $15 million is supposed to be the initial year on the contractual relationship, Sean?
Mr. Bland, this could be a contract for up to 10 years. So we're not sure if there would be more money put into it. And I think that is going to be part of the work of the advisory council to say, is 15 million, is that the right number? And should we come back to the legislature for more?
Thank you.
Sean, I also think that the air service is predicated on 3 airports right now: Rock Springs, Riverton, and Sheridan. Jackson right now doesn't need assistance. Laramie doesn't need the assistance. Cheyenne did not get into the mix. Casper doesn't need the assistance, and neither does Gillette. So right now it's 3, and then there's Sean said 15 million, which is the 10-year proposal, and then there's $1 million that was added to bridge the gap for those folks that are under the Air Service Enhancement Program currently. So it seems to me, Sean, that there's a date in there of August of 2018. They're supposed to get moving pretty quick and try to get a contract with a carrier of whomever, and see where it goes. But then it becomes, as Sean said, the Aeronautics Commission and so forth. So no money can be spent until there's, contract and the legislature takes a look at it. And I mean, it has to move forward pretty rapidly.
Pete, just to clarify, those other airports they can jump in and ask for assistance. I think, especially Gillette, in my opinion, may need to. Now that Gillette and Campbell County might be looking at that different, but in my opinion, they're going to need some assistance to get another flight. So,
I think, Mike, you're absolutely correct. Didn't exclude anybody. It just the 3 are the ones that right now are under the Air Service Enhancement Program.
Yes.
And part of the testimony and committee work, there were references to the editorial that you produced, Mike, and that was very beneficial to hear from the private sector and from your experience how important air service is to business development. And so that really was an important theme that you created that went through these discussions. And your your testimonials about working with NASA, and there's limited opportunities to bring in entities like that, and without air service, there's missed opportunities. So thank you.
I strongly believe it's the most important economic development thing. We have to get that right for the state to be viable long term for businesses like mine and others. And we're feeling the effects of some of those pricing problems right now in Gillette. And so yeah, I'm very happy that the state has put a priority on this and funded it and put a good team together. It's great work.
So I'd imagine that it's going to be the Industrial Development Advisory Committee that will report on progress with that committee as it gets going. Another bill is broadband, and Senate File 100. It does a number of things. First of all, it tasks the Business Council with creating a broadband advisory board. And that broadband advisory board will be comprised of representatives of the industry, of the communities, healthcare, and other public services such as libraries, representative from the state's enterprise technology services, which is the ETS. It's really the state CIO's office. And that advisory board will provide guidance to both the Business Council as well as the Endow Executive Council on development of a state broadband plan and other policy matters that should be addressed by the state. The legislation has the Business Council create a new position, a broadband coordinator position, that will do the legwork in terms of developing the plan, working with the advisory council, this board, the Endow Executive Council. Part of the broadband manager's work is going to be speed testing and speed verification so that we have current, accurate data that's more than just self-reported data, and that information will be mapped and publicly available. This position will help make policy recommendations for such things as one dig policies. You know, how do we do a better job coordinating Wyandotte or county construction work so that we're able to get conduit in when roads are being worked on? Or how do we do a better job coordinating NEPA process on federal land so that we can more quickly get fiber installed? Then there is creation of a broadband grant program administered by the Business Council, and I think in many ways it's similar to business-ready community grants. The difference would be that these don't go to the SLIB. For all of these endow bills, or mostly, we present proposals to the governor to be able to tap into the money. But it doesn't have the same SLIB responsibilities that business-ready communities has. So right now it's a $10 million grant program, and I believe that it's the legislative intention that that is just the first investment in broadband. And this initial funding will go to what's determined to be unserved communities. And so those are, using a federal definition for unserved, those are communities that have at or less than 10 megabits download speed, 1 megabit upload. We'll continue to, move up the chain as we clear out the unserved communities, and then just keep moving up so that we have higher speeds. And I think that there are goals related to gigabit service in the future, in 2022 or so. So this was a tricky bill, and it's a very sensitive topic. As you can imagine, there's a lot of perspectives, particularly from industrial perspective. There is concerns about what other communities across the state have done in terms of municipal-owned broadband systems. So it's going to be it's going to require the broadband coordinator, the advisory council to have a very open relationship with the providers and communities and try to bridge communication divides. And learn what others have done elsewhere in the country. This initiative is going to fall under Tom Johnson's his oversight. We have been very fortunate in that the governor's office is loaning to us one of their staff members to get all of this going while we get the position advertised. And so Colin McKee from the governor's office is going to be that person who's working. We don't know what the split of his time will be. A lot of this will be dictated by other responsibilities that come from the governor's office, but I hope that at least initially he'll be able to dedicate at least half or more of his time to getting all of these things stood up, to be able to help this board identify the advisory board, to be able to start working on contracts for services with those who can do speed testing, and putting together the skeleton of the state broadband plan that I believe is due September 1st of this year. And it's only after that plan is in place that we can start working on the grants. We will be leaning on the community development staff, in particular Braden and Karen and Julie, to help with the grant program, because there's going to be a lot of similarities. And then the broadband coordinator will be the one who will be making recommendations to this board when we get to that point. There's besides the $10 million appropriation that is with the governor, that once we give him the plan for the plan, we'll be able to access the money, but then there's a separate $350,000 appropriation to the Business Council for the broadband coordinator activities. We had reserved an open position in anticipation that there's going to be work coming from Endow. And so we'll use that existing position for the coordinator, and that $350,000 will cover the expenses of speed testing and ongoing testing, as well as the plan development. There may be other things that we can do. For instance, I know that the federal government is very interested in rural broadband, USDA. It could be that we want to help communities to tap into those federal funds by contracting with someone who can help with grant writing for those activities, so that we're doing more than just the state-funded broadband. So I'll pause there and see if there's any questions. I'd see that this work is really going to fall under the Technology Development Advisory Committee, so that they can monitor the progress and provide feedback and direction as we need it.
Sean, do you see that those funds being reset as they're depleted over time? Or I guess that's kind of an open question. I kind of asked Pete that question before the meeting began, but do you see those being replenished as the $10 million is used up each year, or whatever period they're used over?
Mr. Hoops, yes, that's my sense from the legislative champions who pushed this through, that this is the first $10 million tranche and that there's going to be continued investments over time.
Thank you.
All right. I'll move on to Senate File 108. So there's a number of things that this bill, that I believe the governor signed yesterday, that it will accomplish. First of all, it provides $400,000 to the Business Council to contract with an international trade representative. The bill is silent as to what country we'll be looking at, but it's pretty well known that this is for Taiwan. And there may be other opportunities with a Taiwanese trade representative for countries in the Pacific Rim, but Taiwan has really done a lot to develop relationships with the state of Wyoming, both legislative and executive branches over time. And we have seen the impact of Idaho with their trade representative in Taiwan for some 30 years. Where you see that in Taiwan is you see the Idaho branded beef. You see other Idaho agricultural products. You see research and education relationships between Taiwanese tech companies and Boise State. So this is not just about ag, but that's going to be an important piece. But it's something that Wyoming has not had since maybe the Sullivan administration. So this will be our first foray into that sort of relationship. So Brianna Tanaka, and under Ron's supervision, has the plan to look for, through an RFP process and working with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, those next steps. The trade representative will be required to come to Wyoming and become familiar with Wyoming's communities and industries so that they can identify new market opportunities and relevant trade shows and trade missions for Wyoming companies. So I believe Idaho, they have that trade representative, maybe on an annual basis, come visit the state. And then also organize other delegations to Taiwan and other identifying other opportunities. Another piece of Senate File 108 is a $2 million appropriation, again to the governor's office, that we produced the proposal to be able to access the money. Collectively, the intention of this $2 million is to increase our agricultural marketing opportunities. Specifically, the bill calls out the Business Council, in partnership with agricultural associations such as the Stock Growers Association and others, development of feasibility studies for small and mid to large size meat processing facilities. The reason that we didn't have Wyoming branded beef in Taiwan is that we don't have the in-state USDA approved processing facilities that would allow us to brand meat as Wyoming. It very well could be, Kelly, that we ate some of your beef that was given the Idaho moniker because it may have been processed there. I don't know.
Kelly would know.
So,
Thanks, Jerry.
I don't know exactly what this looks like yet, but the Stock Growers Association has been working with us for some time and looking at a Wyoming branded program for beef. I think that if we're looking at an international market, the dynamics of the business plan, the pro forma, are very different than if we're looking at a domestic market. The cuts of meat, the quality of meat is different for an Asian palate than it would be here. There would be greater use of the entire carcass for an Asian market. The distribution and the vertical integration would likely be different than we might see for a traditional meat processing facility for domestic market. So it could be that we're building aspects of the business plan that we could turn over to interested processing operators. I believe that we're going to need to talk to the processors who are in state, as well as companies such as Legacy Meats and Cody, or Wyoming Authentic and Cody, the Durham Ranch that's processing bison in California, to understand their perspective and see what we can do to help them out. So that's one part of that $2 million. The other part is to grow the Grown in Wyoming program, which is a program that we launched last year, which is intended to make connections between Wyoming agricultural producers and Wyoming markets, whether those are farmers markets or Wyoming restaurants, Wyoming school districts. This is really meant to expand that, to make improvements to the website and the database that we have created, and to expand that to outside of the state of Wyoming, so that we're reaching other consumers and other retail opportunities for Wyoming ag. That is specifically mentioned in the bill, but I think that there's a lot of opportunities, that flexibility that we have with that $2 million. And I think one of the things that is going to be worth looking at is how can we support local efforts, such as those that have been developed in, say, the Bighorn Basin, with the really spearheaded by the Powell Economic Development Partnership, but also in coordination with Goshen County. They've come up with a lot of conversations with agricultural producers. They're talking about the technologies in ag in the future, and how do we do a better job with entrepreneurship within ag. So I think that supporting those efforts is something that we can do, and I think also looking at the supply chain. As we moving increasingly into an Amazon-style distribution channel, what does that look like for Wyoming ag, and what do we need to do to position ourselves? That bill also has a non-ag related component that says by July 1st, the Business Council will provide an overview of state, federal, and local regulations that may impede economic development.
That'll be a process.
So we're trying to think through right now how we're going to accomplish that. What makes me most nervous about that is some of the local issues. You all probably know how tricky zoning and development fees and all of that could be, and there's 99 towns, 23 counties. They're each going to have their own issues, and so I'm not quite sure, haven't wrapped my mind around what we're going to do there. I'm going to switch from a non-endow bill, but it's related to what we just talked about with the ag, and that is the creation of a new state fair board. Right now, the state fair has an advisory board that is run by very well-intentioned people who may have children who are involved in FFA, and the operations of the state fair fall under the purview of the Department of Agriculture. This undoes that and creates a very, it creates a board, a new board that is hands-on, and it's a very working board, and it will be comprised of representatives, I think 4 or so from the ag community, but also representatives from the Business Council, State Parks and Cultural Resources, tourism, and the Department of Agriculture. And this board is going to oversee the operations of the state fair facilities. So that's 365 days a year, the staff, and then the state fair event itself, and looking to make it self-sufficient. I bring this up in context of the other earlier bill because I see that there's going to be some really cool things that we can do in terms of technology and agriculture, and showing this next generation of agricultural producers, here are the technologies that you should be looking at. And so I'm excited about that, but that's probably going to take a lot of work for all of those state fair board members.
Be an interesting board.
Yes. So I would suspect that a lot of the work that is done on the ag side is going to be reporting to the Market Development Advisory Board. So that is, the in-state meat processing. That is going to be the expansion of the grown in Wyoming. That's going to be the trade rep, and so forth. Any questions on that bill?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I do. On the regulation part, as it may impede economic development, have you thought about who in the Business Council and how that might be done between now and July 1? I have some thoughts, and I'm interested in yours.
Well, I'm welcome to hear your thoughts, because none of this is really decided yet. What we do right now with business permitting is we play the role of a navigator. And I'd say that half of the calls that we get into the central switchboard, and if you look at the web analytics that Andy sends out, a lot of the traffic to the website is related to business permitting. We help entrepreneurs or companies make contacts, whether it's in the Secretary of State's office or DEQ or local folks. We help them navigate and understand where they need to go to get certain licenses and permits. The person that had retired last year who had done that for the entirety of the Business Council's history was a guy named Paul Howard. So he developed some key relationships in all of these different agencies to be able to help get an entrepreneur to the right person and hopefully speed the process up. He, I believe, has some great insight as to where there are shortcomings in those processes. He didn't want to highlight them because he had to have good relationships with these people. Now that he's retired, one idea that Ben Avery has is maybe we can contract with him or someone like him who's been very involved in navigation for these permits to be able to identify where there may be shortcomings and room for improvement. So what we're thinking of right now is maybe contracting that work out, but I'd be happy to hear your thoughts, Mr. Lockhart.
So you highlighted the permitting at the state level.
Correct.
Some of us have run into obstacles at the federal level and even obstacles at the local level. So I trust that this report would be looking at primarily the state and local, as the federal level we know is a is a bit more challenging, and maybe we don't have the resources to be able to handle that between now and July 1st. Those are my thoughts. But how, I understand that the Business Council has a pretty good handle perhaps on the state regulations and that through Mr. Howard, but how might we look at the local levels, because some communities do have obstacles in place, are contemplating other obstacles to actually carry out the Endow proposals that have been laid at our feet. So I just mention that. I stand here to help you look at some of those, and as I'm sure other board members may have run into obstacles that other board members and other businesses may not have run across, because we all have various businesses that have different processes to get going. So I guess I just throw that out to the board and to you as to how that might be accomplished in a relatively short period of time here.
Yes, we need the perspective of industry. And again, how I see us focusing this is according to the pillars that Endow is coming up with. So, you know, that helps narrow it a little bit, but we need to find those industry reps under each of those pillars who have experiences at the state and local level. Our regional directors, will be calling on them. I think they've got good insight, as well as our Business Resource Network partners, the SBDCs. I'm sure they've experienced things that are working and not working. But yes, I believe we'll be working very closely with this board and helping to identify those things.
Sean, if I may add on to that, there are certain people within this group and the broader board, obviously, that have certain expertise, whether it be in federal, state, local issues. The local is probably more challenging because it tends to be more specific to counties, for example. However, when it comes to the Forest Service, Park Service, those kinds of issues, I mean, Elena had an issue just this last week that she was working on that, you know, we were able to put her in touch with industry trade organizations that are able to assist in some of the permitting issues. And, you know, maybe, you were talking about a doodle poll earlier, maybe just a survey of, you know, who we all work with internally and that sort of thing, so we can have a quick resource when the time comes. Contact people, trade organizations, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. It's a great suggestion. I think that this part of that bill will be reporting up to the Business Development Advisory Committee. And I think that the suggestion for the survey is good. I'm running a little long for my portion of the agenda, so, but I'll go in. I think all of these things deserve some discussion. Senate File 118 is a significant bill. It is coined Startup Wyoming, and it does a number of things. First of all, it creates a $6 million matching fund administered by the Business Council for research and development. It requires rulemaking, and I'm sorry I don't have for you the final bill and what changes were made, but rulemaking done in partnership with the University of Wyoming, because presumably many of these matches could go to University of Wyoming, but not exclusively. At one point, and I don't know what changes were made, but at one point the UW could apply for these matching funds without having the rules in place, and I think that might have been changed. But nevertheless, so these would be research and development dollars that support the industries identified by Endow. There's no other real specificity in terms of what the size of matches would be or any of that. That's all for us to figure out. And I believe that my recommendation to you as the board would this might fit best under the Technology Development Advisory Board, but there might be other places it could fit as well. Another piece of that bill is that it requires the Business Council by July 1st of this year to develop a proposal and analysis of the ways in which the state of Wyoming can make equity investments in Wyoming early stage companies. So this would be presumably things like investing permanent mineral trust fund in Wyoming companies. It requires us to look at how this is done. Is this done by an outside organization? Is this done by kind of a fund of funds? How do you measure success? We'd be working closely with the Attorney General's office in looking at constitutional issues, but really developing a proposal for what I think most other states do, which is allow for investments, including their sovereign funds, making investments in almost on a angel or venture fashion. The bill goes on to create there's $5 million appropriated for a host of activities collectively called Startup Wyoming. But what that would do is has the Business Council looking at entrepreneurial wraparound services, business mentors, accountants, lawyers, so that Wyoming entrepreneurs have that clearinghouse of expertise. It creates a kickstart program that allows the Business Council to make small grants, awards, investments, however you call it, $5,000 to $50,000 for pre-venture or pre-revenue startups. It has the Business Council looking at how it can invest in business acceleration, maker spaces, incubators, and so forth. It also provides for Business Council to be able to make small SBIR Phase 1 and Phase 2 matches. So what that is, small business innovation research. These are a dozen or so federal agencies that set aside a portion of their budgets for R&D work to be done by companies across the U.S. on a competitive basis. So this would be NASA, Department of Defense, National Institutes of Health, so forth. Right now, what we do through our business resource network is we provide what we call Phase 0 awards for companies pursuing these federal contracts. And those Phase 0 awards, $5,000, they allow company to go to a conference or hire someone to help write their proposal or travel to DC to meet with the federal agencies and get a better idea of what they're looking for in the research. What this bill will do is provide up to $1,000 matching funds for Phase 1 and I think $250,000 for Phase 2. Phase 1 and Phase 2, you're climbing up the value chain. You're getting closer to the state of commercialization with each of these successive awards. So we know that there's been a number of Wyoming companies that have been very successful with the SBIR program. A couple that come to mind would be Kennan in Sheridan, which are now doing some very high-tech fabric work with NASA. Square One in Jackson has done some incredible robotics work for Department of Defense, for I believe for health, looking at microcrystal harvesting using robotics. This will allow those sorts of projects to do even more with the state match. So a whole gamut of things that are possible under that bill, and we're going to have to figure out what that, how we're allocating funds, how we're working with our existing business resource network partners, which I see are doing a lot of good stuff, but maybe in a more general sense, their services are available to a gamut of entrepreneurs, including, those who might be looking at a downtown pizza franchise. This is going to be much more specific and focused. So we're going to have to evaluate, how we're going to accomplish all of this. And I don't know which committee this might fit best under, whether it's technology or business development, and I think that might be worth discussing. So that's that bill. I won't spend a lot of time on a suite of bills related to cryptocurrency and Bitcoin, or bills related to computer science requirements, which are all exciting, and they, it again shows that how Endow can bridge economic development, workforce development, and education in Wyoming in ways that have never been done in the past. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. Oh, and then I've got one other thing to talk about.
Sean, it seems to me like, that's quite a suite of activities that you just outlined. Strikes me that the impact, it kind of keeps coming back to the Business Council, Endow initiatives, Wyoming Business Council on the execution, and certainly is going to impact the budget here and personnel. And is there a quickie way of kind of identifying each one of these initiatives and seeing what the potential impact, because I see you allocated it tentatively as you went through that list, because I think it's something that we should at least be aware of as we go forward from a budgetary standpoint.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bland. I don't have that yet for you, but I know it needs to happen. I think as an organization, we're going to need to take a fresh look at our strategic plan and our programs and services and see what changes do we need to make to absorb this new work. I believe that we have some flexibility with some of these bills for administrative costs, but the personnel piece becomes tricky. If we are to use any of this funding for people, I don't believe that there's any guarantee that in the 21-22 budget that those people will still be worked into the budget.
Exactly.
I believe that Endow is able and willing to champion to get us the resources that we need, but that's going to take some time to figure out. And so in the meanwhile, it looks largely that we're going to have to use our existing resources and develop new partnerships and contract work to get this body of work done. We're going to have to make some tough choices. There's going to have to be some things that drop off. We just can't absorb all of this. The work that we have been doing on the strategic plan, I think by and large fits in with this, but there's going to be some other changes that we're going to have to make. And talking to Tom, we're going to have some sort of I think staff retreat to figure out how to recalibrate our strategic plan to incorporate all of this and then bring it back to this board.
Thank you.
One other thing in the budget, so the budget, and Janet will talk about this later during her portion of the meeting, but it was no budget surprises for the Business Council except for one, and that is what is called Section 321 of the budget. And that requires the Business Council to vet proposals to basically take over the Wyotech school in Laramie. So Wyotech and its parent company Zenith made business changes, and they've decided to consolidate a number of their schools and exit a number of them. One of those is Wyotech in Laramie, which is an incredible facility for diesel mechanics. It's incredible, the facilities they have, two, I think, 100,000 square foot buildings. There are dorms. There's equipment that has been donated by industry. The times that the Business Council has gone to WyoTech, they've had huge job fairs where you've got industry from across the U.S. Working with students. So as WyoTech announced their closure, they began conversations with Laramie County Community College to see if there are opportunities for LCCC to take over those services. More recently, there has been interest from the private sector in taking over WyoTech, and the representatives from this group have history with WyoTech. So what the budget footnote says is that the Business Council will, by April 1st, evaluate proposals from the public sector and private sector and make recommendations to the governor. The governor would have the option of providing a $5 million grant to a public sector entity or a $5 million loan from our challenge loan program to a private entity. It looks like Warren brought up the governor's vetoes of the budget bill, and he struck that April 1st deadline. So now the House and Senate are going to have to vote on whether they're going to sustain or overrule his veto. I hope that they keep the veto, because I don't think that there's been sufficient time for good faith negotiations between between Zenith and primarily the private sector party. It's very complicated. There's the leases, the titles are going to be very complicated, and we don't know what can and can't happen. So I'm hoping that this will buy us time, but there is still a clock that is silently ticking, and the longer decision takes, you jeopardize having a pipeline of students that at the earliest we would be looking at the spring semester of 2019. But the longer a decision is delayed, the more that potential pipeline of students goes elsewhere. And so whether it's through LCCC or the private sector, there is work that needs to happen, some decisions that need to be made. We will be looking at such things as the, how ongoing funding what ongoing funding would be necessary, whether it's the public or the private sector. Just many dynamics. What we don't want this to be characterized as is the public sector competing with the private sector. LCCC is very sensitive. They're not wanting to compete with the private sector. But when these conversations started, there wasn't a private sector party in the mix.
Well, the former president, I understand, has kind of put in a bid to go ahead and take that over. So I don't know where that is, except it was in the paper.
In anticipation of this April 1st deadline, we went ahead and solicited proposals last Friday. We suspect that the proposals are going to have holes in them because there hasn't been an opportunity for the greater discussions and negotiations. We are going to go ahead and meet with those, with the proposals and the proponents tomorrow, Friday. And if the April 1st language sticks, then we will come back to you likely next week with some initial recommendations that we would forward to the governor by April 1st, which is a Sunday. My hope is that April 1st deadline goes away and that we'll have some more time to identify what we see as deficiencies in both proposals, to be able to work with the proponents and the company to be able to, just more fully round out what the proposals look like. And then we'll bring something back to you before we bring it to the governor. At one point, the language in the bill had a May 15th deadline, and that may be something that we consider in the back of our minds.
Sean, thanks. As I said, this was an interesting session, and it's ongoing. It should have been over last Wednesday. They had 3 days that they could do something, and then they did pass the budget, and then they came back yesterday and today to see if the legislature will override any of the governor's vetoes. Plus, I think there's still 2 bills that they need to finish up. So it was an interesting session, not one that I remember. Anyhow, there's food over here, so we're going to move forward just because of time. So if you want any coffee cake or anything like that, coffee, please get up and get some. The next order of business is to discuss the Business Development Advisory Committee. I'm not sure who's, I guess it's me that's going to at least introduce it. As you know, we rank first in the number of new business starts per 1,000 employees. And the Business Advisory Committee has been integral in what the Business Council has done. So who is Kim? Ron? Oh, good. All right. So please feel free to get up, have coffee, food, whatever, and then we'll continue on. Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. I too would like to quickly welcome Aaron and Jason. I've gotten to know both of them over time and seen their work. And a quick aside, 2 years ago, May, my son graduated from film school at Central Wyoming College, and Jason gave the commencement speech and blew me away. So I say that because some of the things he talked about to those smiling, excited graduates 2 years ago are relevant in what you're going to hear in the advisory committee reports, talking about retaining our young talent, bootstrap mentality, entrepreneurship, today's world with technology, the ability to work remotely, live where you want to live, quality of life. And again, it was very inspiring, and welcome both of you. So we're going to start with recruitment. Brandon Marshall, Assistant Business Development Director, generally provides this report, but he was just at a trade show, kind of the SHOT Show of Europe, IWA in Nuremberg, and he is listening in, I know, but I'm going to take the lead on this. I wanted to go back to, do we have, yeah, the page. So with SHOT Show, the big Weatherby announcement. When we went to SHOT Show January 23rd to 26th, Pete mentioned this earlier, we went there with 15 arranged meetings with companies, and that's important because we're really trying to target meetings set up beforehand at these trade shows, and that's basically how Weatherby, that ball got rolling at the 2017 SHOT Show. Out of those, we've got 9 active prospects following the show, and we have 1 directly related to Weatherby. We're working on a recruitment potential opportunity with a company that came to our booth, said they heard about the Weatherby recruitment and wanted to know more about Wyoming. And the status we're at right now, we've done a cost analysis on where they're currently located and Wyoming, and happy to report we're in a favorable position. So hopefully we'll have another big announcement coming down the road someday. But a lot of action from the prearranged meetings and from the fallout from the Weatherby recruitment and the announcement. And speaking of the announcement, we had the Facebook Live. that week or 10 days or so, we had more than 500 new Facebook followers. And since I joined the Business Council 4 years ago, we were at about 6,100 likes or followers on our Facebook page, and I've always had this magic number of 10,000. And I just checked before I came up here, and we're 76 away from 10,000. So if you're watching on Facebook Live, please contribute and like us if you're not already following the Business Council Facebook page. Let's make a goal today by the end of the meeting to get to 10,000. So that's the challenge out there. We've also had high WyomingBusiness.org traffic. That's our website, especially in January. So that symbiotic relationship of digital marketing, of website driving traffic to social media and vice versa, works pretty well, especially when we have big events and we can capitalize on these. And for the January data, the analytics report that Andy does, the number 2 most clicked on page on our website was the weather announcement story. So that was a pretty amazing phenomenon with that. And then last June, Andy created a pop-up ad, for lack of a better word, on our homepage that encouraged people to subscribe to our monthly e-newsletter. That's done really well. We've grown a lot of subscriptions through that. We have about roughly 7,000, I believe, email newsletter subscribers. But in January, with all that traffic to our website, we were able to grab 67 new subscribers. That was the most we've had since we put that pop-up in June. So a lot of exciting things happening on the recruitment and digital marketing front. Skip ahead and, sorry, make sure. Yep, run wind energy. I don't have a clicker. So I wanted to talk about recruitment in terms of wind energy development. In May, Brandon, perfect, thank you. And Will Harden will be attending, and I may be attending, the Wind Power Expo in Chicago. Converse County Economic Development Corporation will be attending, and I think Brandon is in discussions with maybe 1 or 2 other local economic development organizations. That's still in the works. Again, we'll have the arranged meetings approach. We'll not have a booth there, so it'll be more arranged meetings and walking the floor and establishing contacts. And we are also in the planning stages of a lot of the site location advisors are based out of Chicago. So we're looking at scheduling some FaceTime with those people, one-on-one meetings. We've done a good job of, we've talked to, and I've talked to enough site location advisors. They are, as you can tell, inundated from cities, towns, counties, economic development agencies throughout the country. So a lot of times it's, we'll check you out and you don't even know it. And so we have to be strategic in how we contact them and not inundate them. But we do give them targeted newsletter, big news stories and things like that. And we know they are looking at our website, our social media. So a lot of those efforts with storytelling and digital marketing are playing to that audience too. But one step we'd like to take further is some one-on-one meetings. It's one thing to meet with them at conferences when they're meeting after meeting with economic development agencies and recruiters. It's another to just meet with them one-on-one. So we're talking, Brandon and I, about we're already going to be in Chicago for the WIND conference. Let's try to schedule some meetings out there too. So more to come on that. So this ties into workforce, but also a lot of things we're talking about with all of the advisory committee reports and the Endow legislation that Sean has talked about. But the next generation sector strategies, or next generation sector partnerships. Most of you have heard about this, seen the video, but for Jason and Aaron, and kind of a refresher for everyone, Noelle Reed, Advanced Industries Manager, is taking the lead on this, and she's been working with Wyoming Workforce staff and Wyoming Workforce Development Council. In a nutshell, next generation sector partnerships is a strategy that puts industry at the center of the room. And then you have K through 12 community colleges, universities, local economic development organizations, community-based organizations, all these parties kind of, I guess, around the wall, and working together to provide solutions and needs and overcoming barriers and looking for enablers. What's happened since the December meeting is the Wyoming Workforce Development Council and their staff support team adopted the next generation sector partnerships model that allowed money to be, I believe it was $200,000 to be supported or to institute this next generation sector partnerships program. So where we're at now is they're working to contract with a third-party facilitator by the end of this month. I think we're very close to that. And then planning for a state academy targeted for late May. And obviously we will let everyone know once that is solidified. The contents draft anyway and discussion for this academy would be an educational component on the next gen model, regional working group exercises to determine targeted sectors, identify business and industry champions, and implement next gen into communities. That will be at one location, this summit, and then coming out of that, there will be these regional opportunities and focusing on targeted industries. But a lot of information will come out of the summit on which communities have which resources or want to focus on which targeted industries. So a lot of that will come out of that work. But big change from December is we have the funding allocated, and we're going through the RFP process to hire a convener, third-party person. Then we'll be reporting on the summit and steps being taken going forward. So, any questions on next-gen sector partnerships? Or? All right. I will. So, speaking of keeping our talent in state, Brandon, Tom, and I, and a few other staff, we've met a couple times with University of Wyoming Alumni Association, the UW Foundation, and in fact, that was the three entities with our original meeting around the holidays. And basically, we wanted to talk about databases and targeting Wyoming graduates and expats living and working outside the state, and how we can use the databases to contact people, one for workforce recruitment, matching with job opportunities, but also two with bringing in people or connecting with people for business development or relocation or expansion. We all know that a lot of things happen in business by who you know, or if there's a University of Wyoming graduate or a Wyoming native has a business outside the state and is in a position now to expand, think about your home state maybe, or maybe a business person with Wyoming connections who's out of state might know somebody looking to expand or relocate. So trying to, we have contacts and data out there. How do we work together put it to use. As a result of that first meeting, we thought about the Wyoming Grown program with Department of Workforce Services too, which is also a matching heavy use through social media, and a letter from the governor about job opportunities and openings and matching people who are looking to try to get back to Wyoming. So then we had a meeting with all the groups, and now we're working with the university to kind of get lists of 100 at a time and kind of work with targeted sectors and or industries. And so we're at that step. We're starting to collect the data. Now we're working on developing a letter from Governor Meade and UW President Nichols to accompany that outreach to these people, and some next step strategies, first touch, contact, and where we go from there. So more to come on that also, but it's an exciting opportunity, and I think it's thinking strategically and using data to not do this mass, shoot out there and see what sticks, like get targeted audiences and try to get a higher ROI on our efforts. So, is there any questions on that effort?
Ron, any thoughts? Tom and I have talked about this concept several times, and is there any way to link it back possibly to local communities where some of these people may have originated from? I think there might be some more knowledge in individual communities versus, the UW or some other state-based agency. So just thoughts about that, and I don't know how to manage that or how to pull it off. I don't know if you go back to high schools and where some of their graduates ended up at in the long run, or people in the community, where people may be and what types of businesses they might be. Just a thought.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a really good idea, and I'll take note of that. And when we get our group back together here in a few weeks, talk about that too. A lot of, we're also using, I think we talked in December about the Emsi, it's an acronym, EMSI database, which we use for recruitment, and then Gazelle. And both of these, it's a subscription-based service, but we started last summer, I believe, roughly. They pull from social media, career builder, and so we can keyword University of Wyoming graduate or hometowns, so I think probably we've started at the University of Wyoming level, probably heavily, but going forward, like we do with paid Facebook boosts, with some of our storytelling and marketing efforts, put Wyoming high schools in there, their names, or the community colleges, so we're getting not just the University of Wyoming. I think that's a good next step. So.
Ron, and to address Alan's question or suggestion, rather, it's one thing that seems to work with the community element is it's the grandparents and the parents that still live here. And if they sort of get this idea that, hey, there's this type of company or this industry in our town now, or in this other town in Wyoming, they go a long ways to sort of do that marketing for you. So it might be just part of the discussion.
Right. Yeah. Thank you.
I completely agree with Jason. There's the most grandparents know where their grandchildren are and what they're successful in, and they're happy to promote them or get them back to Wyoming. So,
well, I think that's why I'm excited with the Wyoming Grown program tie-in too. I think we can all help each other. I think we can maybe help supersize that program too, which. I think a lot of the action so far has been grandparents, parents, family members in Wyoming saying, hey, check this out. And again, I think with all the software and tools available to us, we can really be strategic and smart about zeroing in and really getting a high ROI on this. So,
thank you.
All right. And all right, you're up, Kim.
Okay. Kim, are you up now? If so, please.
Ron, did you want to say anything before?
Or Ron, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank Kim and her staff. The last year and this Community Development Advisory Committee has been very, very, very enlightening and interesting, and I would encourage every one of you to get on one or two of these committees and help Mr. Illoway out with filling those. But to move on, the Community Development Advisory Committee has 3 goals. Increase total property tax collection by 35%, increase total sales tax collection by 35%, and third, rank in the top 5 for well-being. The committee held its quarterly meeting on February 8th, and I'm going to turn it over to Kim as the old way of doing things, boards come flying in.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. We are going to mix things up a little bit in the community development discussion today. So we have a lot of exciting things coming up in community development in the next quarter. But the past quarter was a lot of getting ready for this quarter, so nothing super exciting to talk about, and it's in your board book. So I wanted to highlight the placemaking training that we're going to be hosting across the state in conjunction with the Wyoming Association of Municipalities. We're going to be holding 6 workshops. They're 4 hours. They're going to be interactive. They're going to be informative. And we're going to start out next week in Worland and Fort Laramie. So we're going to do a modified, shorter version of one of the exercises that we're going to do next week, or in the next 6 weeks. And so this is going to require some participation, so I hope you'll help me out, make this kind of exciting. So placemaking is a way of reinventing your public spaces so that people want to be in them, so that they're usable. And so we're going to start out with, if you guys would help me out, give me an example of a place in your community that people really use. It's kind of a draw into your community.
Depot Square, Cheyenne.
Town Square in Jackson.
Rec Center in Gillette.
What'd you tell me?
Rec Center.
Sorry. Any others got a
Community Center in Afton.
community center? Cool.
Bike path, walking path, Orland.
Oops, I went too far. Anything else?
Sundance Kids, the Sundance Kid statue in Sundance. Little
Camplex in Gillette.
You only get one.
Okay.
Jeez.
She said to participate.
All right, thank you guys. You guys are doing awesome so far.
Can you cross off that last Gillette one? Hendrick Park and Sheridan.
Well, I'm not going to cross it off, but I will. Okay. So then the next part of this exercise is I want you to think of an area or a place that's near here, one of the places that you've given me, that's maybe underutilized. It can be something that is really beautiful, but people don't necessarily use it as much as they should. It could be a parking lot, a park, something like that. And just in the, to save time and everything, we're not going to put in a lot of details, but, so if you tell me parking lot, that'll be enough just for this sort of short exercise. But, so think of an area around the area that you've given me that's maybe underutilized.
Do you want to go in the same order, or do you want to? Are you going to mix that up?
You can mix it up.
Riverside Park, Orland.
Intermittent Spring near Afton.
Spelling doesn't count when you're facilitating. You're going to tell me that I'm wrong.
You get a pass.
Sundance,
You guys got for me?
Sundance walking path.
Oh, sorry.
Sundance walking path?
The Flat Creek in Jackson.
Goose Creek, Sheridan.
Anything else?
The Riverwalk in Riverton.
Cool. So, one of the things that I have on the screen is a couple examples of placemaking projects. So keeping in mind when we do placemaking projects, it's lighter, quicker, cheaper. Trying things out. So I'm now going to give you guys a challenge.
Hey, Kim, can you describe those for what's going on in those
can.
pictures? Thanks.
So what we have on the top is a farming wall in Laramie. That's the one that people are taking selfies with and eating snacks. Very popular. Up in Rollins, they did a parklet. In a parklet, they just took a couple of parking places and with pallets built a seating area that has shade. In Guernsey, they did a movable checkerboard, and this is a really great example of trying things out because at first they used carpet squares and paper plates. And they found that the paper plates don't work so well in Wyoming, except for if you're in Orland where the wind doesn't blow. And so they bought pans at garage sales and painted them. And then the carpet squares were heavy, so then they got a tarp and painted it. So it's trying something and modifying it and making it better. And then the last one is a mural that's in Rock Springs. This is near a sort of yucky parking lot that's weed infested and stuff like that. So the mural helps, and then they're now beginning to put in this spring they'll put in the mini golf course. So these are just some ideas to get the juices flowing, because I'm going to give you a little bit of a challenge, and again, in the essence of time, I'm not going to give you much time to think about it. I'm going to give you a minute while I get set up for this. So the challenge here now is I want you to think of something that you can do in these spaces that will make them fun and that will make people want to be in them. So, I'm going to let your imagine go, and then I'll prompt you if you need to. So I'll give you a minute to think of just a project or something that you can do, but the caveat is you only have $500. $500.
A cheap bench on Flat Creek. They bring their own umbrella.
Move these up here. Okay, so you said a cheap bench. Oh, I need a different color.
I think we can throw a table in for $500, Jerry.
Oh, really?
Public Wi-Fi? I don't know if that's $500, but
I don't know if we can do
we
that
got
for
a lot of
500,
broadband coming
but
in, we ought to be able to figure that out.
That's okay, but the next part of this is going to build into this. What else you guys got? So how about in one of these spaces, could you do a mural on a wall?
All right, public art,
Hopscotch?
public art in general.
Cool.
I've seen communities with a piano that just sits out there and people go play it.
Something to do?
Oh. All right.
What else you guys got for me?
Oh, that's right, I saw a picture.
Nothing else? So we've got some seating, we've got some public Wi-Fi, some public art, something interesting to look at, and then a piano, something to do. Put some games in some areas. Some people do statues that kids can climb on. One of the ideas is to include everybody, include young people, kids, everybody. So then my next part of this is, do you think in your community, if you start a project like this, that you can get 5 people to give you $100? So can you get 10 people to give you 50? That's a lot easier. Yes?
So going back to maybe like the public Wi-Fi or the piano or different things like that, is it cheating on the 500 if you get a local business or local businesses to offer in-kind donations that may exceed that?
No, that's perfect. That's awesome. Yeah. No, that would be lovely. In fact, Pinedale's in the process of doing something like that now, doing some innovative type of things to get some of the businesses around some of their placemaking to do that. So that's cool.
Or maybe a business sponsors something for a year or two, they get some free advertising out of it or something, so they pay for the event, but
Yeah, see,
you
and both of those are
recycle
cool.
it every year or two, and then somebody else sponsors it, or
See, those are cool because that's part of the thing is getting your community involved. That's one of the big things about placemaking is it's public engagement. It's not build it and they will come. It's see what people want and then build for it. And so one of the points is and it's a good point to bring in the in-kind businesses, but when you get your community involved in fundraising, you know, maybe you can get 50 people to give you $10. So it's a new way of fundraising. You're not going out and looking for $50,000 to $100,000 grants. You're getting your community to put in a little bit of money, and they have buy-in because they're like, hey, you know, I helped pay for this cheap bench. They're not going to say cheap. I paid for this really cool bench.
$500
That's
in
going on.
Jackson's a cheap bench.
So they're giving you the go-ahead that they love it with their money, and then they're helping fund it. So the point of this whole exercise is we started out with something that was really great in your community, and then something that was near that maybe was underutilized, and that's called triangulation. What you want to do is to get people to linger in an area is you want it to be interesting that they tie together. Evanston did a really good job of that with that mural yesterday. They have a street, huge parking lot, and then it moves into their downtown. Well, studies show that if people don't have something interesting to look at or they don't feel safe, they'll get in their car and go somewhere. But that mural downtown draws them past that empty parking lot that you almost don't notice into their shopping area. So triangulation is one of the things we look at in placemaking. We also look at lighter, quicker, cheaper. It doesn't have to cost a lot of money to do a fun, cool project, and there's different ways of fundraising it. Get your community involved, because that shows the public engagement, which is really important, helps you raise your money. And the new wave of fundraising, even with community foundations with the younger people, is giving smaller amounts to more fun, cool projects. And so this all kind of ties in together. And so this is just an example of one of the exercises we're going to do in the placemaking training. When people take this placemaking training, it's very interactive. We have a lot of exercises like this that we'll be doing. And when people go home, they're going to have ideas on things they can implement immediately. They're going to have, know how to implement it, have ideas for fundraising. So I think it's going to be one of those things that people are going to go home and they're just going to jump into doing something really cool in their communities. So I do have a handout, and this is the dates. Like I said, we start next week in Worland and Fort Laramie. We'll be back over on this side of the state in Bear River in April. And so that's what I have for you for community development.
Cool.
Unless you have any questions.
That's good.
Questions for Kim? Great job.
Cool, thanks, guys.
Ron, any?
No, thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair.
Mr. Illoway, Mr. Harvey, one thought for this Community Development Advisory Board moving into the future. We have two important task force reports. One is the Outdoor Recreation Task Force report, and then we also have the Bicycle and Pedestrian Task Force report. Both of those reports, they really support things like what Kim just talked about, having vibrant communities and recreational opportunities. Both of those reports also call on the Business Council to continue or increase funding for these sorts of community amenities, specifically outdoor recreation, but also bike and pedestrian systems. So I think it would be worth this committee taking a look at our allocation plan. Is our allocation plan and the, I think, 15% that we're putting towards community enhancements, is that the right mix? What else can we be doing to support the outdoor industry? What can we do to support local recreation venues? So that's something to think about.
Well, now, Sean and Cheyenne, they've done the bicycle. You can borrow a bicycle, or I guess you don't necessarily rent them, but bring them back.
Yeah, it's the city bike concept.
Yeah, and if you'll recall, there was a proposal from Jackson to do that, and I can't remember the action of this board. I know that it was ultimately not funded. Those sorts of projects, do we need to take a different look at those sorts of things?
Sean and Mr. Illoway, the outdoor recreation report, I don't know how many of you are familiar with the Wyoming Public Lands Initiative, but the group in Washakie County that is doing that is using that report to help decide how they want to deal with the wilderness study areas that lie within the county. So it is getting put to use and has been a great tool for them. So I don't know where they're going. I don't think they know where they're going, but it's an interesting process.
At least a start.
Yes.
At least a start. Okay, anything further? Okay, it's the Industrial Development Advisory Committee report from Mike Wandler.
Is it going to be from me or Cactus? Cactus is on the line.
Cactus, do you want to talk? Guess what?
I guess it's really going to be from Sarah. Sarah, go ahead.
Not much for me to say.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to both of you guys for introducing me. So this is going to be a lot less fun and interactive, so I'm sorry. But we're working on a whole lot of things in industrial development. And so I'm going to just quickly talk through each of these. You've got a lot of information in your board book on each one of these things. And so I encourage you to look at that and to talk to me as well if you have more questions about this. But I'm just going to hit this really quickly, each one of these. First, we're working on business development and innovation zones. We've talked in this group quite a bit about what those look like. For those of you who haven't thought about those in the past, though, those are required by the Endow statute. They're geographic areas where regulatory environments will be streamlined, where we'll do pre-permitting to encourage business development and innovation in those places. They're also meant to be places where synergies happen, where industries can benefit from being located in proximity to one another. In the fall of 2017, we came up with kind of a strategy around how those might look. We split them up into 3 different types. One kind of to encourage regionalism, one to encourage building an entrepreneurial ecosystem, and one to encourage building industrial parks and kind of supersized industrial parks. A lot of the talk around these, one of the analogs that we use to think about the industrial side of these is the Alberta's industrial heartland. So that's kind of an anchor point. And I'm happy to talk to you guys more about that if you want to learn more. At the Endow Council's January meeting, we worked on putting a little bit more meat on the bones on the details of that strategy and what's the, what, why, who, where are these going to go, what qualifications will people have to meet will an area have to meet to become a business development and innovation zone. So we threw out some staff ideas to the Endow Executive Council in January. At that meeting, as Sean talked about a little bit earlier, they also established their 5 pillars, and they're working on building those 20-year plans around those pillars. And they opted to do that before they get into business development and innovation zones. That way, they'll be able to custom design business development and innovation zones to implement those strategies that they come up with for each of those pillars. So we'll come back to this in the next quarter. That'll have to be incorporated into the August 1st report, so it'll be done quickly and it'll be done, but we're putting that behind the 20-year strategy right now. Opportunity zones, not to be confused with business development and innovation zones. Opportunity zones are something different. Those come as a result of the federal tax, the amendments to the federal tax code that were passed in December. What they do is it allows any taxpayer to defer capital gains taxes by investing those capital gains in either property or businesses within a designated opportunity zone. To be an opportunity zone, you can either be a low-income community, which means you have a poverty rate of 20% or greater, or you have a median family income of less than 80% of the state family income, and these are by census tract, so census tract has to meet those qualifications. You can also qualify by being adjacent to one of those low-income census tracts as long as your median family income isn't greater than 125% of that adjacent tract. So in Wyoming, we have 33 tracts that qualify via the low-income rule and 23 that qualify by being adjacent to one of those tracts. We are allowed to designate 25 of those 56 total tracts as opportunity zones. 2 of those are allowed to qualify under the adjacent rule. So we, the Business Council, are working together with the Governor's Office and others to make recommendations on what those nominations should look like. Governor Meade has to submit them by April 20th, and in order to make those recommendations, our first step was to reach out to communities. So we asked them to characterize each of the tracts in their community with an eye toward how can this tract create wealth or create jobs if it's designated as an opportunity zone. So we're waiting on getting that input back. We should get that back next week, and then we'll use that to guide our recommendations to the governor. Any questions on that before I move on? Okay. As Sean mentioned, the Endow Council chose their 5 economic pillars, economic engines that they're focusing on. I'm the staff lead for one of those economic pillars for the value-added natural resources pillar. We're working with a subcommittee within the Endow Council to define what are the subsectors within value-added natural resources that are viable and scalable into the future and have significant economic impact, and what can the Endow Council, can the state do to encourage growth of those subsectors. So that's an ongoing work, and that will also be incorporated into the August 1st report for Endow. The one thing that happened in this session that Sean didn't get to was the amendments to the large loan statute passed. And so what those do is they allow for participation with private banks, and they also provides more rules on the interest rate that those large loans are allowed to have, and it allows the treasurer's office to use the fees from those large loans to consult with experts and service providers. So that allows for distribution of risk as well as leveraging the expertise of banks that we have in the state. So that was a lot of good work done by Josh and by Ben. Okay, on to the 5th thing that we're working on in industrial development. This is a cool one. So we're working on recruiting the energy knowledge sector. I talked to you guys a little bit about this idea in December. And the idea here is to meet UW graduates where they're at with the jobs that they need. The energy sector employs more UW graduates than any other sector, but 75% of those energy UW graduates leave the state to find a job. So in order to try to solve that problem, we came up with the idea of what if we recruit those jobs, and that means recruiting headquarters, regional headquarters of energy companies to Wyoming that include knowledge sector jobs like scientists, engineers, landmen, commercial analysts, things like that. What we've done this past quarter is we've reached out to experts in the state to see what they think about that idea. You know, what are the challenges that we're going to face? How should we go about this? And we've gotten a lot of great candid feedback. We know now that we knew going into it, but we've confirmed that there will be challenges. One of which is air service. We know that that's a challenge. Another is jobs for spouses for those energy knowledge sector workers. But all of those experts said that's not a reason not to try this. Go for it. Go do this. Go try to see if we can recruit these companies. So we're planning to do that in the coming quarters. In terms of wind energy, we're also working on building that that industry kind of within this state. So as many of you know, with Rocky Mountain Power building their new transmission line, we're going to have a little bit of an uptick in development activity. So to leverage that, we've created something called the Wyoming Wind Energy Service Company Directory. The purpose behind this is to help existing Wyoming companies grow as a result of this new development in wind energy. And what it is it's a directory. So service companies in Wyoming, both those who have experience in wind and those who might want to get into wind but haven't worked in wind before, can sign up, create a profile on this website. We'll market it to developers, and it'll be a great way for them to find local contractors, which they're looking for, and a great way for the service companies to find jobs. That service company directory will be launched in the next couple of weeks. It's part of a broader wind energy toolbox. So along with that, we'll also have an RFP board. So developers will have a place to post RFPs, and service companies will know what jobs are out there. And in addition to that, we're compiling timelines for construction workforce, for materials that all of these projects will need to help communities, developers, and service companies predict what's coming. So for instance, we think that in the summer of 2019, we'll need a whole lot of like 600 or more construction workforce. So that'll just help to predict, to adjust, to be ready for all of that development that's happening in the future. I want to underscore with all of these that these are driving toward our strategic vision within the Industrial Development Division. We're working on increasing industrial readiness and expanding value-added opportunities with all of this work. Any questions on all of that?
Question? The Wyoming Infrastructure Authority has a Wyoming Wind website, and I don't know if you knew about that, but it might be interesting to work with Sarah Young over there, maybe do some collaboration and some links on the different websites, or maybe even take what they've got and use it with what you're doing, since it's a state entity as well.
Yep, that's right. So I've been working with Sarah closely. We're linking to her site on our site. She's going to link to our site on her site, and she's going to help us promote it via social media and things like that when we do the public launch. So we're working very closely with them.
Sarah, or maybe Mr. Izzy, can you talk a little bit about what that website is that the Infrastructure Authority is building? What's different than what we're working on? Yeah, so what they're working on is a public-facing site for, landowners, for anybody interested in the public to it's a hub for information about wind energy in Wyoming. What's the impact on Wyoming? What's all of the information that somebody might be interested in? Ours is more business-facing, so we're serving the developers, we're serving the service providers, and we're serving communities as well, but we're more kind of institutional-facing.
Great. Good job.
Sarah, I had a question. A follow-up on your opportunity zones, both the census blocks and the adjacent blocks. Have those been mapped anywhere?
Yes.
And are they on the website?
Yeah, so, and I can send this link out to everybody after this, or Warren can. The CDFI has mapped all of them. It's interactive. It's pretty easy to use. We sent that out to all of the communities to help them with characterizing their census tracts.
Thank you.
Great job. Great job. Any further questions for Sarah?
Just one quick question there. Oh, go. Sorry. One quick question I had around the innovation zones. Are those sort of viewed as physical things? A colleague of mine is on the Workforce Council, and they listened to Colorado's example of this was their outdoor sort of industry combining with their tech industry, and how they sort of married the two. And when you think about tech, it's not necessarily in a specific place in the state. So are they virtual zones at the same time, or can they be? I'm just curious.
That's an excellent question. So that was part of our thought process as we were going through these. And as I said, so we split them out into 3 different types. There's one that focuses on entrepreneurial ecosystems, one that focuses more on kind of big industry, infrastructure geared kind of one. And then there's one that we called regional opportunity areas, but we're going to change that name since we have opportunity zones now to think about as well. But those tie in with what Ron talked about with the sector strategies. And those will be, the bounds of those are really fluid. And if tech is everywhere, the tech zone will be everywhere. At least that's how I see it at this point.
It's like tourism, right?
Right, yeah. So there'll be caveats to that and nuance to that. But I think there is room within this framework to accommodate each of the sectors and do it really at a business focus level and let the business drive it.
Mr. Kinzer, I'll add on a little bit to that. So the example that you heard about in Colorado, where they're trying to get the outdoor industry and technology together at the center of the table, that is the next generation sector partnership. That's the model that we're going to be deploying here. That particular model worked. It was effective in a very rural area where you don't have, one predominant industry that you want at the center of the table to take their agenda to develop. So it was a unique approach to find within rural areas, how can we connect dots that haven't been connected before? So that's something that we'll be looking for. And then as it ties into Endow, it could be that the recommendations are, if you've got the government sectors working together better, and if you've got the industry setting the agenda, then these designated zones might be a good conduit of money to go in for education development or community college development or infrastructure. So that's kind of the connection between next-gen sector partnerships and what Sarah's working on.
That's great. Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, so moving ahead, I just want to quickly highlight that we're focused on kind of buttoning up a lot of these things. We'll incorporate all of the Endow stuff into the 20-year plan that's due in August, but that will, of course, be ongoing as well. In addition to that, we'll be making those recommendations to the governor about opportunity zones, working with the treasurer to implement the large loan rules, and continuing our work with the Endow Natural Resources Subcommittee, as well as implementing our knowledge sector, our energy knowledge sector recruiting, and expanding our ideas around the wind energy service company directory to other industries, seeing if that directory framework can be used for other industries, maybe other energy industries, manufacturing, all kinds of things that where we can marry suppliers with the folks who need those. So lots to look forward to.
That last point, that was an idea that came to us from a board member, from Mr. Easley, sourced in Wyoming type program. So we're going to work out some kinks with playing matchmaker between wind developers and energy service companies, and then I think we'll learn from that how we can take it to another level.
And all of this excludes all of the legislation that we have added to our to-do list. So we'll see how this all plays out. But
those are your evenings.
Other duties as assigned. All right. If no more questions, thanks, guys.
Sarah, thanks. Sarah.
All right, thank you.
Great report.
Thanks.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, Cactus.
Yes, Cactus.
Mr. Chairman, obviously Sarah gave a great report there, and I just want to put it out there that as you're thinking about what committee you want to be on, you might want to consider Industrial Development Advisory Committee is where it's really going to be happening.
Shameless plug.
Thanks, Cactus. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
I'm not going to get into the past chairman's thoughts. The next advisory committee report is Technology And I think, Alan, are you going to do it, or is Aaron going to do it?
We can do either. He's the official chair, so whatever.
Wow.
You are. You're on.
Darn it.
We hand off well, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Technology Development Advisory Committee has basically been tasked with 4 goals. Increase patents granted per 1 million residents by 50%, grow technology to be the 4th largest economic sector as percent of GDP, double SBIR grants awarded amount per worker, and achieve 1 gig per second internet service in 75% of municipalities. We had our last meeting February 7th. It's been a very interesting and active group, especially considering what's been going on with Endow, and considering the fact that some of the folks involved, Kim, have claimed to not be experts in this, but they've bitten off a huge chunk and learned quite a bit about broadband. I do have to say, though, I'm very excited to have Jason and Aaron on board now. Hoping that when that doodle poll goes out that they throw their names in the hat for the Technology Advisory Committee, because I think, just from my standpoint, there's been a lot of discussion about broadband and the need for broadband deployment, and that's obviously been a lot of focus of Endow and things like that. But I believe that with Jason and Aaron's expertise behind that discussion, it puts a reason to the need for broadband. I think it expands our conversation beyond just what we've been focused so heavily on, and we can start to talk about other areas in technology that can help drive Wyoming's economy. It's obviously of huge importance to Governor Meade in adding that 4th leg to our economy, and I believe that not to put you two on the spot, but because you're in the industry and because you're using technology, I think that'll add a lot to the discussion. So with that plug, I guess I'll turn it over.
You're shameless. Thank you. This looks like this is going to be a duplication of what Sean did, but actually I'm going to take a different tactic. And I'm going to put this more in the order of how we need to approach this and kind of show you the heavy lift this is going to be for the Business Council to get this broadband bill off the ground. So Sean talked about the overview. I don't need to go in that. But one of the very first things we need to do is we need to start working on hiring the coordinator who's really going to manage the whole statewide effort, promote the service access. They've got to gather and evaluate, common goals, working with government, industry, just the whole 9 yards, start helping us develop policy recommendations, and then be a liaison between the Business Council, the Broadband Advisory Council, and Endow. Which brings me, we almost need to start working on this simultaneously. We need to start working on filling the Advisory Council. The legislation is pretty descriptive on what this needs to look like. It needs to have 11 members. There are 7 members that are at large. So we'll need to put in a process. We've got some ideas that we're running around, and we'll get something together, but we need to get this Advisory Council up and running pretty quickly, mainly because we've got some deadlines. By September 1st, we need to have a broadband enhancement plan, which is going to be including the map, definitions, the public outreach, the industry outreach, review of all the policies. All of this stuff has to be included in this plan. That's quite a bit. But at the same time, we also need to develop do the grant program development. That, I think, is going to be a little easier because, as Sean mentioned, we have the BRC, which is already a very successful grant program that we can model after and tweak it to meet our needs. So I think that's, in my opinion, one of the lighter lifts that we have. But all of this is due September 1st, so just right after summer. And it doesn't stop September 1st. I mean, that's almost the beginning. Then we start working on doing the grants and everything. But we'll have to do updates to the plan. We will be required to do reporting once a year that talks about all the people who applied, what they applied for, and what was accepted. And then we're also going to have to do some modification of the rule effective 7/1 of 20, and this is just to make sure that we're keeping up with technology, because 25.3 in a couple of years might not be, probably is not going to be, you know, an acceptable amount. That might be considered underserved. So we do have quite a bit of work to do in the next couple of months. And
Kim, when you say 25.3, what does that mean?
so 25.3, 25 is the download speed, 3 is the upload speed. This is where I get a little fuzzy with this, but we have a really great document on our website that helps tell you what 25.3 will do. But basically, that's going to help you. You can watch, you know, your television, you know, not have the circle. Businesses can run their, you know, most businesses, you get into the crazy software and everything, you know, architecture and engineering, you're not going to be able to do that. But most businesses can run, with 25 people, can run on the 25.3. And then for businesses, 100 gig down and 100 something's up.
1 gig down, I think, based on your, the document. You go up to a gig down and up, I believe, symmetrical.
And board members, if you take a look at your annual report on page 20, there's some examples of the download speeds. How do you understand what those are?
We tried to put that together so that we could bridge the gap between the lay person and the technology person, because sometimes, you know, we don't know what a gig means, and so hopefully that document helps people understand what that means to them. So we'll be busy. On the broadband mapping front of it, we actually have started trying to do the mapping of the broadband in the state. We did get some voluntary information from the telcos. There were some inconsistencies kind of in the way we did this spreadsheet and everything, so the lesson here is we learned a lot and we're ahead of the game. So we are using the FCC data for now, which is a little bit outdated, and the plan is the telcos will be reporting their FCC data, I think it's in March, and we'll be using that data to build our map. The difference is that we're going to map it right away, where the FCC takes a while. So I think that's going to give us a good draft map, and then we'll be working on how we get this data so we can continue doing the map. And then we're working with a contractor to figure out, you know, what we need to do for phase 2 so that we can move forward on the mapping portion of this and have a good baseline for what we have and where we need to go.
And Kim, if I can interrupt you, I'd like to give a big shout out to the Wyoming Business Alliance, who we have contracted with. They've really done a tremendous job in getting industry together at the table, an industry that doesn't always see eye to eye. And so that the work that's been done through the Business Alliance has been very beneficial, and appreciate their work. And also a shout out to Tom Johnson, who is the resident expert within the Business Council for all of this. And he's, like I said before, he's really going to be working closely with Colin McKee and the eventual broadband coordinator to help us, and so we can get Kim refocused on other community development initiatives.
Okay. One of the other things that we're working on is in-state preference. The governor has signed an executive order encouraging state agencies to use in-state, especially as it relates to IT, to encourage the state agencies to use our local businesses here in Wyoming. This has been ongoing, and a lot of work has been done by Will Harden. he has met with, a lot of people. He's met with the procurement office with the state of Wyoming. He's met with PTAC, which is the people, that's one of our partners that works on doing some of the contracting and helping businesses. And he's got the conversations opened up. And one of the things he's found out as he's been working through this is the RFP template for the state is just that, it's a template. State agencies can make a lot of modification. And so there's a lot of ways that, maybe that's good, because then there's a lot of ways we can start working towards using our Wyoming companies. But right now, some of the things that he found out was like the 5% preference point really isn't a large factor. It doesn't factor in very much at all when doing these contracts. So some of his suggestions, and it's just interesting to note that a lot of these are in the governor's executive order, is to encourage state agencies to write the RFPs more towards subcontracting for our Wyoming companies. Maybe chunk the bids out so they're smaller, so smaller companies are able to bid on those. There's some possibility of maybe doing some rulemaking or some guidelines to help state agencies be able to grade so that it gives our Wyoming companies an advantage, and then leading by example here at the Business Council. I think one of the heavy lifts in this thing is all of this purchasing type of stuff very much affects how we do business in Wyoming, but a lot of this stuff isn't stuff that we're kind of the boss over and everything. So it's going to be building partnerships with other state agencies and leading by example. So we're making some headway on this. A lot of work been doing on it. It just kind of seems like it's a little slow moving forward.
Kim, when I happened to sit in on that Endow Council meeting, I didn't really hear his executive order as a suggestion. I heard it as, you all are going to do it this way.
I would agree.
And I suggest maybe that it might be interesting for people to see what that executive order really comes down and says. I mean, great discussion, but it's not a very long piece of paper.
Oh, it's very short, and I can send that to the board.
I would think that maybe the board might like to see that.
Yeah, so you're right, Mr. Lowey. The governor said state agencies, you will do a better job in courting Wyoming technology companies. What we need to figure out as a business council is how do we show agencies how to do this? There's generally, I don't think agencies know what tech companies are out there. They're not bringing the tech companies to the table before an RFP is written to get input as to, how can it be chunked out, to use Kim's words. So the intention of this, and this ultimately came from it didn't ultimately. The governor's executive order supported what we had already been working on, but this really started with conversations with Wyoming technology companies like Gannett Peak, who know that there are other companies that are not benefiting from the purchasing power of the state. So what can we do more? There's so many tech companies, and tech, it's one of those big words that there's a lot of things that you could park under it. So what we want to do is to say, here agencies, this is how you do it.
Well, there are companies out there that are we met some people last night. They don't have anything to do with technology, but they've got 25 people that they've got making compounds out here in North Evanston that I don't think even Elena knew all about it. What the people that we met last night that make these compounds, there are people out there all over this state that are doing things like this. And I mean, even the governor talked to YDOT and said, when you start tearing up roads, think about putting in conduit. And that wasn't really Bill Panos' think about it. That was really, when you do it this way. So I think everybody ought to get a copy of that executive order and just see what it says. And then if we find there's things out there, is to let you all know, because, and that's what I wanted to do with our former board members, is to have a big group of people out there saying, do you know about this company, or do you know about that, or what's going on? Because you can't know everything that's going on.
No, And I do, if the board is interested, I have one copy of the executive order. I'm happy to pass it around.
I just make a copy and send it out.
Okay, we can do that. Is that me? Do you have any questions on the technology committee before I move on, or before I
move forward?
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Kim? Alan, go. I can see when you take your glasses off, you're going to ask a question.
I don't have it. I'm excited about the broadband bill and, where that will lead us. I guess we'll see. And, hopefully, as I mentioned to Sean, there'll be more money. They'll keep filling that up, because I think it will take substantive funds to make a dent in the challenge. But anyway, thanks for your report.
Great report.
Thanks.
Okay, the next advisory committee report is Market Development Advisory Committee, and that's with Mike Easley.
Okay, thank you, Pete. The Market Development Committee has 2 goals for this year, and lots of activity on both those. One is to increase the Wyoming exports by 50%, and the other is to double the foreign direct investment in Wyoming. We had our last meeting on February 5th. And lots of good news and interesting things going on. A lot of the goals are sort of challenged by some of the things that are going on around us, but nonetheless, the committee is making great strides and moving the ball. So, Ron, why don't you tell us all the good things the committee's got going on?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman, Mr. Easley. Real quickly, we've picked up 3 likes on Facebook since this morning, so keep those coming. We'll try to reach 10,000 today. Not that I'm watching that. So like Kim, there'll be a little bit of duplication with what Sean presented, but I'll go through this rather quickly. I just visually wanted to blend in how when Sean and Greg Hill talk about big economic development and little economic development. I mean, you see it here, like what we're able to do and build on what we've been working on and add some new wrinkles and be able to break down some barriers. But yes, this first slide. So in Senate File 108, starting off with the International Trade Representative, this is a photo of GF Harvest, Seton Smith, gluten-free oats out of Powell, Wyoming. They're at the Mexico City Trade Mission we had last summer as part of our State Trade Export Promotion Program, STEP. We received federal funding for this export program for training and export missions and trade shows. And this is an example of what we were working on last year. And then when you throw in access to a trade rep, that really supersizes this opportunity. You have someone who can have connections at points where we're going or trying to get to. So skipping ahead. Again, Senate File 108, promotion of agriculture. We launched the Grown in Wyoming program last year. We kind of beta tested it for a while in the summer. We got a website going and officially launched it in October. But again, this will allow us to take what we've already been working on and supersize it and really think outside of Wyoming market and economy for things like Grown in Wyoming and think regionally, nationally, internationally. Trying to really take a stab at that growth in exports goal that Mr. Easley was talking about. Enhancing the website, including, we've talked about the wind-sourced matching webpage that is launching very soon. It's also kind of in a beta test mode. But there will be press release and news coming out about that soon, and trying to grow participants in that. We've talked about using Sourced for other projects, and but also with this Grown in Wyoming, we can provide a matchmaking service online with producers and buyers or wholesalers or restaurants. So again, we're the original suggestion from Mr. Easley, you're really starting to see it evolve here in real chunks, I think, and eventually we'll have this nice, big, all-consuming Wyoming-sourced opportunity for all industries. But I think we're going to have 3 pretty soon here. So talking about STEP program, to catch everyone up real quickly, it's a October 1 to September 30th award. So 2016-17, we hadn't been involved in the program for a few years, 4 or 5, I believe. Applied last year for 2016-17. Got $158,400 award. This is through the Small Business Administration, federal agency, with a $52,800 state cash match. This last October 1 for the fiscal year, we got $221,431 with a almost $79,000 match. So, Brianna Tanaka, Ag and International Trade Coordinator. Sean talked about her earlier. She is really rolling with Wyoming Grown, the STEP program, overseeing a lot of those initiatives. We had, so for October 1 to September 30th this year, we have 52 companies enrolled. That's approximately double what we had last year. And it's an ongoing process. There's really 2 phases with our strategy this year. We really wanted to focus on mature exporting companies from Wyoming and really help them expand, grow their markets, find new markets, but also be aware of companies interested in or new to exporting and providing those first step training opportunities and finding out whether they're either after they've heard the training or the pitch, do we want to get involved with this, or 2, how do we get started now that we heard it, but how do we start getting through the process, all the hurdles. So we launched in February in Douglas with a readiness training for the new to exporting. And there will be one coming up April 3rd in Cody. And again, reaching out to board members and staff. If you know of a company that might be interested, please, we'll get in touch with Brianna. These aren't mutually exclusive. If a company didn't attend the February 1st one in Douglas, they can attend the April 3rd one in Cody. We've also interviewed mature exporting companies to understand their strategies and their challenges, what they're looking for in training, and Brianna's working on scheduling 4 webinar trainings coming up in the next quarter. Again, as part of our strategy this year with new to exporting and mature exporters, we're also trying to be as nimble as possible with the federal reporting process and contracting process and time it takes to make things happen, but still be nimble enough to almost with the next gen sector partnership strategy. What are these needs? What do the mature exporters need from us and this training and connections and trade missions? Where do they want to go? Kind of as a consensus with how many that want to go. We'll have 2 trade missions coming up this summer or fall, and we'll be scheduling that based a lot on the needs. And what do the new to exporting companies need? And then also, as I mentioned, the trade missions will determine those locations. Let's STEP. Any questions so far with STEP program or international trade representative? Okay. And then Groden, Wyoming. All right, thank you, Kim. I apologize. A lot of us have been on the road. Brianna was on the road. She was at the Endow Sustainable Harvest Conference yesterday in Casper, and she was at the Natural Products Expo West trade show in Anaheim last week. So I meant to update this, but we did have 22 members since our official launch in October. That's as of February 2nd. It's a little bit higher, probably not significantly higher, but we are working on recruitment. It's an ongoing process. Through conferences, we were at the GrowBiz conference and Idea Expo in Rock Springs 3 weeks ago or so. Got a lot of interest there and some new members, social media, and some good old-fashioned sales marketing efforts in about 900 phone calls, so it'll pay off. Brianna's created a market development report to help restaurants find locally sourced foods and for producers to place product. It's kind of in a newsletter form, e-newsletter form, and kind of like the matchmaking until we get that part of the website going. But it also provides opportunities for this type of produce is needed by this company, and that's been well received. We have a couple of restaurants in the program and some producers, and we look forward to that growing. We also, specialty crops don't fall under the STEP program, so there's some produce, crop, a lot of rules and regulations. So we got active and worked with the Wyoming Department of Ag through a USDA block grant they had received a couple of years ago. There was some funding we could pull out of that for a little over $12,000 for a specialty crop grant to send producers to that NPEW show that Brianna went to last week in Anaheim. So looking forward to hearing how that went for them. And then Kim showed in the placemaking the Laramie Farm Wall downtown, with that whole connection with Bright Agritech and then Plenty now that purchased Bright Agritech. We're working on, and kind of through the placemaking program, it's exciting with a lot of partners, local economic development organizations, Main Street program, Brianna and the Business Council and Kim, to see if we can provide as part of this placemaking opportunity to get farm walls and downtowns across Wyoming. And right now we're at the how much would it cost, and talking with Plenty and Main Street and some other partners and seeing how much would it cost each of us, and feasibility, and more to come on that, but it'll happen. And we're distributing Farmers Market Association grants for the summer, and then we'll be looking at an opportunity potentially with the state fair, with an event with marketing grown in Wyoming and not only ag products, but we have the Made in Wyoming program also, which has certainly non-ag products, but also foods and jellies and things like that. So anyway, any questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I guess that's up with the report. So Ron, thanks for all you guys have been doing, and it's been a great year working with you guys on the committee. I've learned a lot, definitely out of my wheelhouse, but it's been a great learning experience. So thanks a lot for.
You've been a great help. Thank you.
Thanks, and turn it over to you, Co-Chairman.
Good job, and I'm glad to see that we continue to try to work with the Wyoming State Fair, and of course with Sean being on that advisory committee. We need to continue to talk about agriculture and have people see what, I mean, a lot of people don't know that we do have agriculture in the state of Wyoming.
I would like to make one comment. As the Market Development Committee is no doubt the most exciting committee for you to sign up with next year. And for those of you who are in business, you might know that if you don't have a market, you're not in business. So I do urge you to sign up for that committee. We'll be doing some great things next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Ron. Actually, we were going to have a break until 11 o'clock, but since it's after 11, rather than to try to have a break, and we're just about caught up where we ought to be. So, Tom Johnson, where are you?
I'm here, Pete.
Tom's going to give us a performance update, benchmarks report, so forth.
Oh, really? I don't think so. I think I'm just here to introduce the regional directors.
Oh, you're not going to...
I think you got the performance report last quarter, but I'm happy to try to do that if you'd like, Mr. Chairman.
Hop to it.
Okay. We are still on schedule. You will not be hearing from Heather Tupper today, who was supposed to go at 11:40. She's our Southeast Regional Director. She unfortunately is, well, fortunately for her, she's in Leadership Cheyenne, so her whole day is being taken up with that, and she could not pull away. There's also a small possibility that Kim may not be able to give her report. She had a family emergency. I think she's on the phone, so I think she will be giving her report. And then also Amy Quick also had a family emergency. She should be giving her report as well on the phone, but there's a possibility, Mr. Chairman, that we may not hear from Kim. So if that's the case, we'll just move on. A couple of comments about the regional directors. I was a regional director for about 14 years, and I just want to make a quick comment that you have seen a lot of interesting reports, and you've seen our annual report and strategic plans and a lot of stuff from Endow. That's a lot of good planning, and it's really beautiful documentation. But at the end of the day, people are messy. And it's really at the end of the day about people and relationships. And so you've got a strategy, and we're going to implement that strategy, and we're going to do a strategy refresh. But at the end of the day, you still got to go out and actually visit with companies, expand companies. It's all about relationships. Don't ever forget that. And the reason I preface this presentation or these presentations with that is that the regional directors are the ones out in the field every day, mining those relationships, grinding it out, going to the meetings at 10 o'clock, getting back up for the breakfast meetings at 6 a.m. They're the ones that are the face, the eyes, and the ears of the business council. And I just don't want to lose that perspective. They are the ones actually implementing all the stuff you see in the reports and all the programs and good things you hear about. They're the ones out in front. So with that, I'd be happy to answer your questions. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Elena Zempel to give the first report because she's up first. Unless, Elena, that's... And I see she's still eating her stuff, so... But Elena, you were up first. If that's okay, we can... Okay. Mr. Chairman, Elena Zempel.
Hello, Board and Chairman. Again, Elena Zempel. There isn't a lot of word recognition you manage with my name, so we repeat it quite often so you'll remember what it is. I'd like to tell you welcome to Evanston. We're always delighted when you make the trip over this way. I'm reminded, several years ago, a business council employee I had asked to come to Evanston said to me, "Do you have any idea how far Evanston is from Cheyenne?" And I looked at my phone and said, yeah, actually, I really do know how far that is. They'll tell you the shortest distance between 2 points in Wyoming is good company. So when you go home this afternoon, I hope you have good company or you like yourself, because otherwise it'll be a long ride. The building that you're in, and I've been with the Business Council long enough to know what this building looked like before the money had been put in. I walked in here with Jim Davis and Ray Sarcletti, if you remember him, and I said, "Oh, Jim," which Ray started laughing because he said the same thing to Jim about the machine shop when they walked in there. So it's come a long ways, and we're proud, as the mayor said, to have you see this building and how much it functions. You'll be running into some kids here soon because they're decorating for prom. And I just wanted you to know that this building is used on many, many occasions throughout the year, through the week. It's the smaller rooms, the larger room. This is a great community asset. But it's not just in historic things that Evanston has historic buildings or infrastructure. They have done business and industry, they have done infrastructure, and right now in this building, they have about 50,000 square feet of commercial light manufacturing technology space to market, and that's just recently. This building was just enclosed recently. What it did, it also served as a catalyst for local people to invest, so they're without doing a specific GoFundMe type of activity, people have looked at what's here and have given over $200,000 to finish off the doors that you'll see that'll finish off the rest of this. And it's a beautiful place to market. It's always better to have something to be on the ground to do that. So we are looking forward to starting that marketing. As you saw yesterday, the next big challenge for Evanston will be that state hospital. And that is a big challenge for a tiny town. Now, I don't always think of, I am from a smaller community off to the north, and Evanston's the big town. We come here to shop Walmart, I guess. I just want Jim Davis to know I don't do that, but we do look at Evanston as the marketplace. But it's a small town. It's just, I think I heard Amy say, it's 12,300 and some. That is not a very big town. And to take on that responsibility with the state hospital is akin to me like somebody giving your child a pony and you live in an apartment. And in this case, it's over 30 ponies that they want to give to Evanston. Evanston needs to assess and decide if that's where they want to do that. They do historic buildings well, very well, but there's just so much you can ask of a town this size. The tour for us, and I'm going to speak on behalf of Evanston, the tour for us was to not only show you what you have, what might be in the future, but to solicit ideas. And we heard several, and we will be getting together to take those ideas that we have and see if we can make a plan to move forward for Evanston. Evanston is evolving from being less of an energy type of community. BP is gone, Chevron is gone, they're replaced by smaller companies. And it makes the current state hospital and its 400 jobs, close to 400 jobs, even more important to this economy. Not to keep it just to Evanston, but the rest of what I cover, which is Teton County, Sublette, and Lincoln counties. I'm still encouraged. Last time I spoke to you, we were talking about cooperative efforts. You'll have a grant request before you for a planning grant. That is a cooperative effort between South Lincoln County and Uena County, which I am very encouraged by. I'm encouraged to see Kemmer here in support. That isn't typical for us over here, and I think it's important that we look and we work regionally. So, and then to talk, I wanted just, this commercial message. The little town of Pinedale has a bike share program that they put in, and they funded most of it through kind of a GoFundMe type of effort, and their TAS, technical assistant funds, through Wyoming Main Street. So I wanted you to know that there are bikes you can rent in Pine, or have for temporary use there. Again, please travel safely as you head home. Please let me know if we can answer any questions. We are delighted to have you here, and I think you can tell that Evanston is very welcoming and very proud, and again, travel safe home. Last time I checked outside, it was snowing.
Thank you, Elena. that why they closed the doors, so we couldn't see what was going on outside?
That's the idea.
Thanks. Okay, who's next? Anybody on the phone? Any regional directors on the phone?
It should be Amy Quick next week.
Yes, can you hear me? This is Amy.
Hi, Amy. Talk loud.
Hi. Okay. Good morning, Chairman, board members, and staff. I'm Amy Quick, Northwest Regional Director based in Cody, where I cover the 4 counties of Park, Bighorn, Washakie, and Hot Springs. Thank you for the opportunity to update you on the exciting work our economic development partners, communities, and businesses are working on in the area. And I apologize for not being with you in person, but I really appreciate the chance to report to you by phone. I guess I'm just a good example of how important strong broadband is in our big rural state, so there you go. I started a precedent with my last 2 board updates by focusing on work in my region by economic sectors, and I want to continue that today. So the first important sector is agriculture, which has been vital, certainly to the Northwest region, since the founding days of many of our communities. And today we are excited about taking conventional ag outside the box by pursuing a variety of specialty and value-added opportunities. A very successful Wyoming Agricultural Diversification Summit convened in Powell in January, thanks to the massive efforts of the Powell Economic Partnership, Forward Cody, and other partners, including the University of Wyoming. And this meeting brought together industry leaders and innovators for an engaging conversation about where agriculture in our state was, is, and can be. There's still a lot of excitement surrounding the summit and the dialogue involving diversification, marketing, relationship building, and innovation. This group will continue to be active, and I can assure you the board will be hearing more about their initiatives soon. Level Inc. continues to work on their greenhouse project, which, as Elaine Harvey described it, is moving at the speed of Jell-O. But they are looking at options to purchase the necessary property, as well as assessing feasibility, investigating potential partners, and pulling all the pieces together. Meat processing and organic production are growing in the area as well. Wyoming Authentic Products is still working to secure additional accounts before it begins its expansion project. Wyoming Legacy Meats is moving forward on some expansion opportunities at its USDA-certified facility, and Rocky Mountain Organic Meats is pursuing some innovative value-added products. And certainly we'll be watching how recent legislation on international trade and meat processing facilities affect the region. And now we even have a shrimp farmer who is starting operations in the Cody area. So that'll be interesting to watch. Tourism and recreation are 2 very important drivers in my region as well, with world-class attractions like Yellowstone, Shoshone and Bighorn Forest, Bighorn Canyon National Recreation Area, Hot Springs State Park, and more, all located in the Bighorn Basin. I'm currently working with the Wyoming Dinosaur Center as they begin an immense capital campaign. Center staff are busy traveling the state, talking to potential donors and looking into funding options for the construction of a state-of-the-art facility at the former Red Rock Business Park on the outskirts of Thermopolis. And once completed, the new and improved center will be an incredible economic boon for the region for sure. The Antelope Butte Foundation is working on a variety of improvements at Antelope Butte ski area on the east slope of the Bighorn Mountains. And I just heard from their executive director that they accepted a bid to begin work on chairlifts, and we're excited about a financial commitment to help take care of a large portion of that work. And they plan to come to the Business Council with a community enhancement request in September. I also have been visiting with the Wyoming Outdoor Business Association, which is in the process of hiring a coordinator to lead efforts for outdoor businesses throughout the state. They anticipate holding regional meetings to gather input and build interest in the organization. And there's a lot of interest from my region around the new tourism toolkit that Kim Porter is putting together, and many representatives from area chambers and tourism attractions will attend that inaugural meeting in early April. For a rural area, we are fortunate to have state-of-the-art healthcare. However, we do have some holes that we are trying to fill. The town of Cowley is working on a medical clinic project as part of their long-range economic development plan. They had hoped to have an application to you for the May board meeting, but unfortunately they've hit some hurdles and we'll have to postpone the project until things better come together. But I'm optimistic that the community can still make it happen. And I'm also working with Gotchi Therapy and Rehab in Thermopolis on a CDBG application for necessary updates and improvements to their existing facility, which is 60 years old. Forward Cody and I are working with a local advanced manufacturing company on an expansion project, and we'll share that information with you soon. The economic impact and job creation of keeping this young business growing in Wyoming should be significant, and we're working on putting the deal together now. And as I mentioned at the last 2 board meetings, The entrepreneurial spirit is strong in the Bighorn Basin. I meet regularly with my counterparts at the Small Business Development Center and local EDCs, and we are excited about the breadth of new business ventures and opportunities. In the last month, I have visited with individuals interested in opening businesses that run the gamut from a startup equine therapy business wanting to purchase an aquatic treadmill. That should be interesting. A nurse practitioner going out on her own, a local chef opening a wood-fired pizza food truck this summer, which I can't wait for, a salon owner interested in expanding her business and clientele, an entrepreneur interested in creating a multi-use co-working and fitness space, and more. We are hopeful that Endow Kickstart Wyoming legislation will offer some great support opportunities for entrepreneurs in the area. And in the retail world, Worland can now officially announce that Baumgars is coming to town and plans to open in spring 2019. The store will create 20 new jobs, 8 of them full-time. In addition to this news, Worland is seeing a lot of good commercial construction investments, including a new bank building for Bighorn Federal. Cloud Peak Chiropractic is completely remodeling its downtown building. And Diesel Pickup Specialist just completed a brand new large shop and office. The 10 Sleep Library addition is also nearing completion. In addition to these identified economic sectors, we are working on projects to address affordable housing and workforce needs. And there's certainly never a dull day in this line of work, and I thank you for the opportunity to share a snapshot of what's going on in my region. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Questions for Amy? Amy, great report. Any questions for Amy? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
And next, Brandy, are you ready?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Brandy Harlow, Northeast Regional Director, and I brought photos today because I like showing pictures. I'm kind of a visual person, so. I take care of Crook, Campbell, Johnson, Weston, and Sheridan counties in that northeast corner. I actually have 2 regional economic development projects going on right now. The Northeast Wyoming New Growth Alliance is a regional group between Gillette, Sheridan, and Johnson County, Buffalo. They continue to work on doing workforce-type projects. And this map, actually, I stole off the Powder River Energy Cooperative website. They actually put together a web portal for all of their territory mirrors my territory in the region. So this web portal comes off the Precor website, and you can click on any of those little communities, and it will show all the demographic information, ties back to the sites and businesses that are available out there, and ties back to the Business Council website. So I thought that was pretty exciting to look at the region and actually see there's some tiny communities there that now do have web presence. So Sundance, some of you got to visit Old Stony last year. For the new folks, it actually is an old historic building that they are working on putting together a community center. The museum will be in there. There'll be some office space. I wanted to show this photo because this was their groundbreaking ceremony last week in a blizzard. They say it snows sideways there, apparently. I did not make it, so they were awarded $2.4 million about a year ago to do this project. The bids came in at about $2.66 million. So the museum actually took out a bridge loan to move the project forward. They are very committed to make this happen. And the community has started a capital campaign to continue the project. Their goal is about $300,000. That will finish the project and give them some contingency on the project. And if, of course, they raise more than that, then they can go into the second phase of the project. They reported last week they've already raised close to $80,000, and they just started. So pretty exciting community. Newcastle, this is a small community in the northeast corner. They actually got a new hotel. It's supposed to be opening before the end of this month. The Business Council did not have funds into this project, but it's kind of spurred some other development in the community. They're hoping to have a new grocery store, move the grocery store out to a different end of town, some other commercial projects that are in the works as well. So they're starting to grow, seeing some good things happen. Gillette, Campbell County, this is a picture of the inside of the Enterprise Center. It was a project that was funded, the Apex building, a few years ago. It has now moved towards a incubator type project with Campbell County, Energy Capital Economic Development now. They host monthly get-togethers. They have very comfortable chairs, so that's pretty exciting. But they have some good businesses in there with the incubator. And they just recently announced that they found a gal to donate about 10 to 20 hours a week to be the manager of the incubator center, and she actually retired from the Small Business Development Center several years ago, so she has great knowledge, and I think that will help that project move along as well. Other things happening in Campbell County, Clean Coal Technologies just announced that they moved some of their equipment up to southern Campbell County. I know that was in the news. Don't know a lot about it, but moving that direction. Drilling permits seem to be increasing significantly, and Gillette College is hosting a job fair the end of this month, and then I know Sheridan College is also hosting a job fair, so jobs are starting to open up on the energy sector side. And then the exciting part. So I had to share some pictures. This is SHOT Show that we got to attend. Several of us got to attend. Governor Meade, Ed Weatherby, and Adam Weatherby during the announcement that Weatherby was moving to Sheridan. This picture shows as soon as they made their announcement, they put the Wyoming flag on the front of their booth, so I thought that was pretty exciting. I wanted to share that. We also awarded Adam and Brenda shirts to match our Wyoming shirts, and they actually sported them the second day with their names and the Wyoming seal, so that was kind of a fun one to show.
That's great.
Of course, we had several people there, Mayor from Sheridan, Cactus and Pete, and then the gentleman from Gillette College as well, so just some fun pictures. And then this is what it's going to look like if you guys haven't got a chance to actually look at it. Since that announcement, the construction bid has been awarded. They're planning on doing a groundbreaking on April 6th. And they have listed several office positions with the local Workforce Services Center. Brenda wanted me to report that they've received over 700 applications for those jobs. 75% of those applicants were from Wyoming. They've recently hired 3 accounting employees from the Sheridan area. They hired a director of sales from Cody, and they're starting the workforce training process. They're planning on doing other interviews for marketing, sales, and customer service positions in April in Sheridan. And their temporary space should be up and running next month sometime, their office space.
Brandy, excuse me.
Sure.
With the groundbreaking on the 6th, is there a brochure out or a flyer out?
Not yet, but I will share it as soon as we get some
Please
details, for sure.
Some of us might want to try and be there.
Absolutely. I hope that you can all make it. That would be great. And I wanted to share that, but we don't have a ton of details on that at this point. But we're working on it. So with that, I entertain any questions. I kind of went quickly through it, but I wanted to try to get us caught up. And
any questions for Brandy? Great report.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Kim, are you on the phone?
Hello?
Kim Reitmer, are you on the phone?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Yes, I'm on the phone. Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. I'm glad I was able to at least join you via phone this morning. And I'm going to give you a little overview of what's happening in East Central Region. I'm going to start with Niobrara County. Last December at our last meeting, I believe I told you about the little town of Manville, and it's about 9 miles west of Lusk. They have a school building, and I wanted to echo again what Elena said earlier about for some of these communities. A lot of times when you get buildings like this, it's a pretty big challenge for a little tiny town. Manville has a school that was built in the early 1900s, and it was added on to over the years and decommissioned in the 70s and given to the town. They hung on to it. They used the main floor primarily for community activities and overflow from the Lusk school system. And it's cold. It's huge windows, and it's very difficult to heat, and a lot of times it's just rendered unusable because of the temperatures. They have a gym, they have a kitchen area, and a little dining area as well. So they worked with Sherry Hughes and our energy department to get an energy audit grant. We had a gentleman go up who took a look at the building and made some suggestions in regard to windows. Then they went back to Sherry and was able to get another grant and put up some matching funds that they've been setting aside to use on this building to have some windows replaced. And they ended up not having to replace the windows. They put new windows in from the inside. So from the outside, when you look at it, you still see the original building with the original windows. When they started putting the windows in, it was about 2 weeks ago, it was 20 degrees in the gymnasium that morning, and it only took 3 days to get the windows installed. By the time they were done, the temperature had increased to 60 degrees, and that had nothing to do with the weather outside warming up. It was still very frigid. So this is going to make a huge difference for this community. They are a community of only 100 people. So this was a huge challenge for them, and for them to be able to make this kind of upgrade and investment, it's a huge thing for them. And the town is actually joining forces with Lusk to host a traveling basketball tournament later on this year. So again, a pretty big deal for a little tiny town. Moving on to Platte County. Wheatland, a few years ago, 2015 actually, they were awarded a BRC planning grant to develop a plan to address the 16th Street corridor. And 16th Street runs parallel to I-25 from one exit to the other exit. It's about 3 miles long, and it has 5 very distinct sections to it. It was originally a county road that led away from town, but over the years, development popped up along both sides of the road, and it didn't really pop up in a very logical manner. So there's no curbs or gutters, the road width varies from section to section, turn lanes are inconsistent, divider lines are really hard to see, and there's a 4-way stop that's really easy to miss. And I speak from experience. I've blown through that intersection way too many times. Drainage is often an issue for a number of businesses there. Whenever they get heavy rains, it causes water buildup and runs into their buildings or into their parking lots. And 16th Street is essentially the town's main street. There's grocery stores, restaurants, hotels, and convenience stores all up and down the corridor there. So it's really critical for residents, and it's also highly visible to visitors and encouraging people to stay. A committee has been developed to focus on the steps outlined in the study and to develop a phased plan to address the improvement of this corridor. They don't anticipate that it'll happen quickly, but they don't want to sit on it. So they really are trying to put a lot of time and effort into getting this done and getting it done correctly. Converse County, there is so much going on in Converse County. It's very, very busy. There's a lot of increased industry activity. Recently, 5 major players in Wyoming's oil and gas industry announced a joint project in the southern Powder River Basin. It's essentially a 5,000 oil and gas well project. And the 5 partners are Anadarko, Chesapeake, EOG Resources, SM Energy, and Devon Energy. It's going to sit just north of I-25 between Glen Rock and Douglas. It will cover approximately 1.5 million acres and take place over a period of 10 years. Each well is expected to last about 30 years. The BLM anticipates this approach will generate more than 8,000 jobs and between $18 billion and $28 billion in revenue. Other companies have been applying for permits to drill in Converse County in the next few years, and these permits at this point number in the thousands. The joint project has also created excitement for other Wyoming-based operators who are gathering information on how to approach the Powder River Basin. And one of those companies is Wold Oil in Casper. They completed a horizontal well in December north of Glen Rock on a pad that can hold more than a dozen wells. And the company has embarked on other drilling in the region. And you all heard that Rocky Mountain Power announced their Energy Vision 2020 plan last year. And they plan to spend $2 billion on new wind farm turbines and upgrades in Converse County, primarily the wind farm there outside of Glen Rock. The upgrades will extend the length of the blades, increase the gigawatts generated per hour by 25%, generate more than 50% more electricity from existing wind turbines. A transmission line, electrical collector system, and a collector substation are proposed to be installed as well. The plan also includes adding the first segment of the Gateway West transmission line, which is an 850-mile electrical line starting in Glen Rock and ending in Idaho. And they have other wind farm projects planned for Carbon, Albany, and Uinta counties. That statewide will result in about 1,100 to 1,600 temporary construction jobs. And Wyoming is expected to recognize more than $120 million in tax revenue from construction, $8 million annually in revenue by 2021, and $14 million annually by 2024. Let's see. Oh, a gas plant is also in the works in Converse County. Rowdy Pipeline is planning to build a Jewel gas plant in an area about 55 miles north of Douglas. Phase 1 will be completed by the end of this year and Phase 2 within 2 years. They plan to employ 6 to 8 full-time employees, and they estimate they will pay approximately $655,000 annually in property tax. A second gas plant is also in the planning stages. That company hasn't been identified yet as it's still working on its plans and permitting. Cameco is a company that it affects both Natrona and Converse counties, but they recently announced that they're going to close their administrative office in Casper and cease operations at its Smith Highlands mine near Glen Rock, as well as a facility in Nebraska. Casper had about 7 employees, and the Glen Rock operation had about 80, and they were working on reclamation projects at the Glen Rock facility. If prices for uranium go up, then production will be resumed, but at this point, they are continuing on with their closure. And then my last county, Natrona County, UW has been undergoing an ongoing review of its programs, and this new effort will regularly assess whether current degree programs are worth offering and whether new programs are needed. So they've been evaluating the offerings available through the campus in Casper. President Nichols has indicated that we can expect to see a couple of new programs that are tied to the economy and based on workforce in the Casper area. And these new programs are anticipated to be in place by the end of the next academic year. The satellite campus is also seeking to differentiate itself from the main campus in Laramie and will be offering programs that are unique and not offered there in Laramie. I also mentioned at the last board meeting Pathway Schools. It was an innovative high school, brand new philosophy. It was project-based learning. It had opened up in a brand new building. It's just gorgeous here in Casper. After about 2 years, the school district felt like it was not a successful school, and they took a step back to take a look at it and what they were going to do with it. Since then, they've stated that the problem-based learning will continue to exist at the facility, but to a much lesser degree than initially planned. It will offer a number of classes. Many are unique to the school and can't be enrolled in the other high schools that we have here. Several classes will offer certification opportunities, and there will be 2 problem-based courses still offered there. But it's a great departure from the original innovation. or the vision that they had for the school when initially started a few years ago. And in regard to our economic development agency here, Casper Area Economic Development's been working on a company expansion in Casper that should result in 15 to 30 new manufacturing jobs. And they also have an out-of-state manufacturing company that'll be visiting Casper sometime in the next couple of weeks. And I just wanted to note that these are not leads that came through the Business Council. These are leads that they found on their own through a very established, aggressive, and focused effort to identify local companies that are ready to expand, as well as out-of-state companies that are looking to expand or relocate. And that wraps up my update on the East Central region.
Kim, great report. Thank you. Any questions for Kim? Okay. Kim, thanks. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Rebecca, I'm not going to try and pronounce the name because I'll mess it up.
Good morning. I think it's still morning. Good morning, Chairman, board members, and staff. I'm Rebecca Breeze Master, so it's Breeze Master. So I got a new name, and I'm just going to talk to you guys a little bit about my area and some things that have been going on. So I cover the South Central region, as you can see on the map, so you can kind of orient yourself with where I'm talking about. And so I'm going to talk about Sweetwater County and Fremont County, just a couple of the highlights and things that I feel are important or possibly interesting for you guys to hear about. So in Sweetwater County, we have a lot going on, of course. Green River has actually recently completed remediation on their depot that's downtown. They received a Brownsfields grant to do that remediation a few years ago, and finally came up with some extra money that they needed when the bids came in over the initial grant amount, and they were able to get in there and do that. So I was actually able to get a tour from the engineer in Green River. He kind of gave us a private tour after a meeting I was at with him, and it was really neat. So much exposed brick, and there's just some great history in that UP building down there. So I think it has some significant potential for new business opportunity downtown in Green River if we can find someone that's willing to go in there and make some investments. As far as the Sweetwater Economic Development Coalition, I feel like they're forging the way with a new partnership that they have with the University of Wyoming Career Services. So I think at the beginning of April, the UW is bringing about 25 current students to Sweetwater County as a part of their Live Local, Work Local program, which is essentially trying to broaden the minds of emerging professionals and let them hear from people who are living and working in the areas in Wyoming, so specifically Sweetwater County. So this is the first time that UW is doing this in the state. They've actually, I think last year did something but took people to Texas. So when they came and presented to a group of people in Sweetwater County, they said, well, why don't you keep them here in Wyoming and let's try to do this type of event here in Wyoming. So we're pretty excited about it. So they are going to visit, so those 25, 30 students are going to visit some businesses in Sweetwater County related to the majors that they're in currently and see, the actual opportunities that they have if they stay here, that they don't have to leave to work here. And then we're also going to do like a quality of life aspect where we're going to take them out at night and show them all the fun things there are to do in Sweetwater County. So that's exciting. And in Superior, Superior should be beginning construction on their community building soon. That was a grant that they received from the Business Council. So maybe next time, we have a lot of grants in projects in Sweetwater County, like the airport, the events complex, Superior. I know there's a few others. Maybe I'll bring some pictures next time and take Brandy's lead with the pictures and show you guys some of those building updates. And I'm sure they'll be doing ribbon cuttings too that I'll let you all know about. Also, if not all of you are aware of this, there's a new trona mine that came online in Turkey, which could have some impact on the trona industry in Green River. From my talks with some of the mine managers there, it's not going to be debilitating, but it will impact the trona industry and disrupt it a little bit. The mine actually in Turkey that is opening, that opened the mine, owns Jenner in, that's in Green River, so they're not concerned. Moving on to Fremont County, I've been working a lot in Fremont County. For some of you that don't know my background, I was in Sweetwater County for the past 6 years, so Fremont County is a little new to me, so I've been trying to spend as much time up there visiting with people, going to lots of meetings and trying to network with people and really understand the industry there and the dynamics of the county. So excitingly, though, I'm working with a lot of individuals and cities in the county on grants that are coming up in the next in this next coming year, in both Riverton, Lander, and some of the other small communities. Broadband, air service, for broadband, specifically the last mile, of course, are top priorities that I keep hearing from both LEDA, which is Landers Economic Development Association, and IDEA Inc., which is Riverton's Economic Development Agency. So I'm going to continue to work with them to see what we can do to help them with those issues. Another exciting thing for Riverton is they're actually looking into becoming a Main Street community. So Linda Klink, the Main Street director for the Business Council, came down to Riverton about 2 weeks ago, and we met with the chamber and talked to them about the opportunities that the Main Street program has, and I really do think that it would greatly benefit Riverton to have that, so we'll continue working with them on that. Another interesting thing I was able to do is I hooked up with Kevin Kershishnik, who is the director of IDEA Inc., the Riverton Economic Development Organization, and I asked him to take me on some tours of the manufacturing facilities in Riverton because I had never seen them, and it was extremely eye-opening for me to see everything that goes into the process of just manufacturing a compass. And so while I was touring some of these manufacturers, I had a moment to visit with them and talk to them, the owners, managers, whoever they were, about their issues. And I'm sure this won't come as a surprise to you, but the two things that came to the top were workforce and healthcare. Those are the two issues that these manufacturers have. One of the manufacturers said that they can receive hundreds of applications for one job that they post, but the applicant can't pass a drug test, and they can't even meet the basic skills. So they have a lot of applicants, they just need more qualified applicants. Along those same lines, I also spoke to Workforce Services in Fremont County, and their interpretation of the high unemployment rate there, she said, is due to unreliable transportation. So, some of the people want to have a job, they just don't have a way to get there and get there on time. So I think all of these concerns are issues that the Business Council and other state agencies and other community development, economic development agencies that we are all working on. And as we continue to come up with new programs and things that will assist with these issues, I'll make sure that I continue to keep in contact with these manufacturers that I have connections with now to be able to assist them with those problems. And then lastly, CWC has applied for an EDA grant to complete a planning grant, basically, for a coordinated sector strategy for agricultural economic development. So what this will do is this will result in a strategy to grow and diversify the ag sector in Fremont County. It's going to develop strategies and action plans that will help the ag partners in that area grow and diversify, which of course fits into endow on those initiatives. So. But that is all I have for you all today. If there are any questions, I appreciate the time.
Great job. Thank you. Thank you guys. Any questions for Rebecca? Okay. All right. We are kind of caught up. I know that there's a tour of the Roundhouse. If anybody wants to take a tour of the Roundhouse, Amy's going to do that. Before we break for lunch, we'll come back and start promptly at 1:15. Okay. Thank you. Is there any public comment before we break for the tour and for lunch? Anybody on the telephone that wants to say something to the Business Council?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Business Council. This is Mike Cole with the City of Gillette. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, Mike, go ahead.
Hey, just on behalf of the City of Gillette, just want to take the opportunity to thank the Business Council for all of their support in the Gillette community, in Campbell County. Wanted to let everyone know that we did apply for a fiber improvement project, but due to lack of funds through the Business Ready Community Program, and also some legislation that we heard about earlier today, we're going to let that unwind a little bit and see what falls out of it, and we'll likely reapply for future funding during the next cycle when we have a better idea what the legislation comes to and what funding, what new money is available through the Business Council. Just wanted to extend our appreciation and thank all of the members of the Business Council and the staff. You guys have been great to work with, and we look forward to reapplying in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, and we will look forward to seeing you in May 23rd and 24th. That's our board meeting in Gillette.
In Gillette? Yep, look forward to it. Thank you.
Anybody else have any comments to for the Business Council? Okay. All right. I do want to say that it's nice to see Jay Anderson looking so relaxed. For those of you that didn't know, Jay Anderson was on the Business Council for the past 6 years. And Jay, it's nice to see you again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Amy, you're going to give a tour?
Yeah, we can just meet right up here when
Okay.
you're ready. So if anybody needs to hit the restrooms first, please do that. And then lunch is in the machine shop.
Lunch is in the machine shop, and let's try to start right back at 1:15.
That's where
Okay.
lunch should always be.
Machine shop, yeah. We're doing this video.
See you then.
See you then, Cactus. Here about personnel, budget, and audit committee reports. So Janet, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. I want to start out by...
Talk into the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
I'm
Sorry.
going deaf.
I know, okay. I just want to start out by thanking Mr. Easley for recognizing the excitement and importance of the Finance Committee and coming over to chair that committee from the Market Development Committee, so thank you. We like to be interesting, but not too exciting. Just so you know, accounting should not always ever be too exciting. Sorry, lost my iPad. Okay, so the report that you have in front of you is as of December 31st, 2017. That is, we're halfway through our budget, our fiscal year budget, and we're in year 2 of the biennium, which ends on June 30th of 2018. If you're looking at the left hand or the left side of the page, we're 50% through the budget. If you look at general funds, we have $60 million in our
Janet,
general.
excuse me, what
Sorry.
page are you on in the,
Oh, sorry, if you want the dashboard.
okay?
Does that
What
work?
page is it?
Oh, sorry. Looks like this.
B7?
Should be.
It's not numbered, I don't think.
Not numbered, yeah. I don't think.
Directly following. BB8.
Directly followed B7. isn't
Yep.
it? Yeah, okay. Excuse me, go ahead.
Okay, sorry.
No, I was just going to offer.
We're good? Okay, so we have $60 million in our general fund budget. We have 46% of the budget left after 6 months, or $33 million. I just want to point out the spend in our strategic initiatives budget and why that's so high at 91% of the spend. And that we've encumbered the contracts for our partners. So as soon as we have a contract that's signed, we encumber the money. It doesn't matter at what point of the budget year we're in, we encumber the money, so that way it's out of our budget and we know it's accounted for. On the federal funds, we have $6.9 million budget, and the spend on the federal funds is really just timing on grants, and so we'll probably see that increase in the next 6 months on the budget report. Our agency funds, we have $10.7 million. 10.5 of that is in Fund 39. That's the Economic Loan and Large Project Fund. You'll hear from Josh this afternoon. Josh administers that. Back in November, we continued to fund a number of beet grower loans, and still into the third quarter, we have I think only one loan pending, but we continued to fund beet grower loans into January. I should mention on the Fund 39, we have $24.7 million in available cash, and we've received $294,000 in loan payments. And as Sean mentioned this morning, this fund could be impacted by the tech school bill of a $5 million, so it depends on how the direction that bill goes in the funding on the tech school. Okay, going to the upper right, shows a breakdown of our loans. Right now our loan balances are sitting at $19 million, and of course we always receive loan payments every quarter on the different loans that we have listed there. We have $3.7 million left in our petroleum violation escrow funds. And any questions on the first page before I move to the next page? Okay. On the pie chart, that just shows how we budget our expenditures. So we budgeted 72% goes to grants and 14% goes to non-operating. Non-operating really is just loans. The line item expenditure shows the categories of spending within the budgets and the balance that we have in December. And I was told to keep it snappy, so I'll ask Stan for any questions, and if not, just ask for your approval on the financials.
Any questions? So moved, thank you.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
Okay. Pete, I'd like to give or Mr. Co-Chairman, I'd like to give an update on the budget, if that's okay.
Please.
Okay. So we started last fall. They build our base budget off of our current budget off of 17 and 18. So we started out with a base budget of $64 million. The governor asked for, we submitted reductions of $458,000 to the governor. $300,000 was out of operations, and then $158,000 came out of BRC. The governor approved the $300,000, but he left the $158,000 in our BRC budget, so that was really good news for us. So we went to JAC on January 11th with our budget of $63,842,000. We went through JAC without any changes to our budget. And then, thanks to a number of the bills that Sean mentioned, we have an additional $350,000 for broadband coordination and $400,000 in our budget for the trade rep. So we actually are ending our budget with $64,555,000, and that starts on July 1st of 2018, and it's a 2-year budget. That's all I have. If you have any questions on the budget upcoming.
Kelly.
Ms. Marshner, Sean, I understand that we came through the budget process probably as good as anyone. I heard from around the state that the Business Council was prepared, that you did us proud. And so I want to thank you and Sean for that, because it was noted that not all the departments came through that process as well prepared as you guys did. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Lockhart. I'd just like to mention that the next couple of months are really critical in my department to get all of our funds encumbered by the end of the biennium. As you know, if what we don't have encumbered then goes back into the general fund, other than some of our accounts carry over into the new budget year, but the next couple of months are going to be really busy for us, and then in July we'll start getting ready for our annual audit. So thank you for your support this last year. I really appreciate it.
Okay. Any further questions for Janet? Okay. We're now down to the Business Contract and Loan Committee report.
Mr. Chairman, I believe Hava is on the phone and can give a
Hava.
Personnel update.
Hava.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you.
You need to get up close to the phone and speak into it.
Well, I have it right next to my mouth.
There you go.
Well, I don't want to take up too much more time out of the meeting. Just real briefly, we have a couple new hires coming on board. We have been busy filling some vacancies that occurred over the last couple months. We have Jason Reed, who's going to be joining us in the communications department. He's going to be our new graphic designer. We're working to fill for a writer because, as you all know by now, Tom Dixon was promoted into content marketing manager, and with that movement, left a vacancy for his former role. So we're working on that, and then the accounting department will be welcoming a new accounting manager in the very near future. We just recently offered that position, and so I'm not sure if we're in a position to be able to publicly disclose the candidate's name yet, so I apologize for withholding that. And then that just leaves us with a couple of what I call our wild card vacancies, 2 more positions, and Sean gave a very thorough coverage of what we need to do with broadband this morning, and one of those positions is likely to be dedicated to that.
Okay.
Those are my updates. Are there any questions for me?
Questions for Hava? Questions? Thank you, Hava.
Thank you.
Okay. We are now to Business Contract and Loan Committee report. Aaron?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Business Contract and Loan Committee report is in Section C of the agenda, with materials beginning on C3. Today we do have 3 actions for the board's consideration. First being approval of the quarterly challenge loan report. Second will be consideration of a change in terms request for Wyco Recycling LLC. And then finally, consideration of an equipment funding request from Wyco Recycling LLC. With that, I will turn it over to Mr. Josh Keefe, our Business Finance Program Manager, to present the quarterly challenge loan report, which is on C5, I believe.
Mr. Co-Chairman, thank you. As Aaron just said, this is the usual quarterly challenge loan report. You'll notice there under number 1 was the past due report. There was 1 loan past due to Ascent 2000. This was the loan that we approved to renew at the December meeting, and so this was more of a timing issue than anything else, but that loan has been renewed and is now paying as agreed, and so really just was a timing issue between the maturity of that loan and board approval and getting it reactivated again. So that one I have no qualms about or no concerns at all. I think it will continue to perform and it'll pay off in just under the next 5-year block that we had assigned to it. The next one is the loan loss reserve analysis. You'll see the first bullet point. So we ended up finishing last year with 55 total beet grower loans for a grand total of just under $8 million. I think we had initially set aside it was about 11 million, so we turned back 3 million to the challenge loan fund, but 8 million of that was lent out of what we had allocated. So that will hopefully help those farmers and those growers out for the coming years to help spread that loss from the circumstances from last year. A lot of them had their first interest payments that were due on January 1st, and all of them paid their interest payments as planned, except for one, which we're working with accordingly. So that's really good as well. You can see the unallocated reserve is about $670,000. There's no identified credits that I think can present any problems as of this December 31st report. And then, as Janet just touched on, we have about $24.7 million in the challenge loan fund right now, which includes the second tranche that we received from the legislature last year of $25 million with large loan projects as well. So you'll see down there that in October, the second request from Cody Laboratories was approved by the SLIB for 12 million, and so this is net of that amount. So, with anything else, I'll take some questions if there are any on the quarterly report.
Questions? Aaron?
I have no questions.
I do note that we need to accept the report, don't we?
Yes, we do. We do have the action item. I guess before we go that route, are there any comments from the public on the phone or here? Hearing none, then I would seek approval of the challenge loan report as presented by Josh.
So moved.
Been moved and seconded.
Pick one of us.
Any further comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed,
Aye.
no. Oh, there you go. Report's passed.
All right, the second item on the agenda is a change in terms request from Wyoming Bank and Trust. In August of last year, we had approved a bridge loan participation with Wyoming Bank and Trust for the Wyco recycling plant in Cheyenne. The previous arrangement was the city of Cheyenne would ship their recyclables to Colorado to be processed and sorted, but instead this company bought some specialized equipment, and so we partnered with a local bank to help facilitate that. That project has been completed and is now serving Cheyenne under the contract that they have with the city, but there were some increased costs when they went to set up the plant, which included some extra HVAC work and some fire improvement things that weren't previously, that kind of went over budget. And so the bank restructured the deal, took additional collateral for that increased request, and increased the term from 6 to 10 years. But all the other conditions remain the same. So what I'm asking for is to increase our participation amount by no more than $38,500 to maintain our participation part of the loan, which is 35%. So, and typically the bank, in the banking world, you would just do a new loan and you would pay off the old loan because it's much cleaner that way. But due to the way that the challenge loan rules is set up, I told them we couldn't do that because one of the stipulations of the challenge loan program is that one, we have to create at least one job with every loan that we do, and two is that we can't refinance debt. So even though we'd kind of be refinancing ourselves, I thought it would be best just to maintain the original proposal, and then we'll just increase the loan amount, and the bank was amenable to that. So, and I included, you can see the original request, which was approved back in August, and then the modified request, which will include, there was an updated appraisal on all the equipment and the whole operations of the company, and that actually improved our loan to value, and then our interest rate of 4% as well to help blend that rate with the bank rate. So, and as far as job creation goes, they have added just over 7 full-time employees with this since the contract was in place. So. If there's any questions, I will be happy to field those.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Lockhart.
Josh, is this standard procedure? Have you modified loans like this before? Kind of explain to us your involvement through this process, and as there were additional expenses and costs, and I note that you recommend we approve this, so I trust that stands on its own, but I would be interested in a little bit more as to how this shook out, and is this normal?
Mr. Lockhart, I think that's a good question. So, in my private banking days, it wasn't always uncommon for a project to go over budget. And so typically what you would have to do then is you would go to the borrowers and say, what else do you have to pledge to help collateralize this loan? And so, it puts the bank in a tough position, because I think kind of similar to our BRC projects, you set aside a certain amount of money to try and get the project done, and then when that goes over, then the creativeness sometimes has to come out. And so it's the same thing in the banking world. I think that when I can think of, there were only 2 projects in the private industry that I was involved with that went over budget, that were large-scale construction projects. And when that happened, we did have to modify the loan and take additional collateral and restructure the loan a little bit. But typically, it's not out of the box for this to happen. You try to avoid it if you can, but there were some unforeseen costs that I think the bank weren't expecting, and the gentlemen who owned the building weren't, or the business weren't expecting either, in regards to some city inspectors and their what should I call, fire suppression things that were needed. So
that answer your questions?
It does. Sometimes when I go to my banker and I say that I blew the budget and I want more money, sometimes this is not the outcome. I just talking out loud.
Maybe you just have a mean banker. I don't know. I've been accused of that myself. So.
Cactus, you hear that?
Do you have any other?
I'm good, thank you. Chairman.
Stop digging. Aaron, I think we have to. Do we have to prove this?
Yes, we do. Yeah. Any other questions from the board? Public comment? Hearing none, we do need board action on this. So I would, as Josh presented, he has made a recommendation. I would entertain a motion to that effect.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Josh, one more?
That's all that I have. That last attachment is just, I included the original credit memo from the August approval, that, just so you could see.
That's incorrect, Aaron, I'm sorry.
So you could see what was originally approved for the deal, so.
Okay.
Excellent.
Thanks. Great job.
Thank you, Josh.
Good job. Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Okay, now we're to the community grant and loan portion of the agenda. Mr. Lockhart.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. The Community Grant and Loan Committee report is in Section D, with the agenda and materials beginning on D3. We will have one action item today in terms of a planning grant from UNT County. Is Julie on the phone, Braden?
I believe she's on the phone, but I'll be presenting to you
Great,
guys.
thank you. So I'll turn the meeting over to Braden, who will present the Business Ready Community Grant and Loan Program Financial Summary and the allocation plan.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chairman. I've provided an updated allocation plan. I passed it out just before we started back after lunch. At the last meeting, after awarding Project Enterprise and the Upton Rail project, the lingual enhancement request, there was a balance of $2,415,378. The SLIB awarded Buffalo $1 million for their Tech Park project, leaving a balance of $1,415,378. The Upton Railcar project, considered at the last meeting, failed to meet one of the contingencies recommended by this board and confirmed by the SLIB. Therefore, funding for the project of $6 million has been deobligated and then reallocated across the 4 application categories.
And Chairman Lockhart, if I may, I'd like to say a few words about the Upton project.
Go ahead, John.
If you'll recall, the contingency was very specific, that there is nearly $6 million in the bank of their working capital. There was a huge effort on the part of the company to pull all of that together, and ultimately we received a number of letters from potential investors who were very interested in the project. Unfortunately, it didn't meet the contingencies that had been approved. We hope that the community and the business will continue to court those investors and bring a project back to us. I do know that Mayor Beck, the town of Upton, is very appreciative of the work that the staff and board has done on that project, and I think he's optimistic that he'll be able to bring something back along with the company. So meanwhile, the $3 million grant and $3 million loan goes back into the fund, and as you see the chart that Braden handed out, we put the money back in the categories from which we pulled it to be able to fund both Project Enterprise, which is, that was our code name for Weatherby, as well as Upton. So now we have some money available. I don't, and this is a recent development. You heard before the break from Mike Cole with the city of Gillette. Staff initially had not recommended that fiber project for 2 reasons. One was lack of available funding. That was before the Upton contingencies weren't met. But I think more importantly for us on that project was just trying to understand what the new broadband bill would how that would affect projects like that.
Thank you, Sean. Braden, other comments to that or to the allocation plan?
Just that the total available for this quarter is the $2,047,871. The total amount across that has been reallocated is $7,415,378. So that is the amount that we have for the last 2 quarters of this fiscal year. So I can get started on the planning grant.
Let's see if there's any questions first. Any questions? The allocation plan and the replenishing of the pot, so to speak?
Braden, I couldn't see your handout. Is there any reallocated to planning?
Yes, the reallocation puts $53,675 in the planning category.
Thank you.
A very good question, Mr. Cavallo, considering our planning grant request today. Any other questions? Braden?
Okay. The project I have is Uintah County requests a $50,000 Business Ready Communities Planning Grant for the Southwest Wyoming Targeted Industry Implementation Plan, a comprehensive and strategic blueprint to recruit and cultivate identified target industries in the region of Uintah and southern Lincoln counties, including the communities of Bear River, Diamondville, Evanston, Kemmer, Lyman, and Mountain View. Uintah County Economic Development Commission, Uintah County Industrial Development Commission, and the South Lincoln County Economic Development Corporation. These 2 entities have agreed to form both functional and financial partnerships for the mutual benefits this regional implementation plan will ultimately deliver. The planning process will determine a regional image, assess the local economic base, and define competitive advantages. The plan will also create a comprehensive marketing strategy to attract a more diverse spectrum of targeted industries and strengthen and retain existing businesses. The public benefits and goals provide economic development organizations and citizens with a better understanding of the regional's economic environment, especially in terms of unique assets, challenges, and opportunities. grow and develop the identified target industries in the region, as well as recruit companies that have the best chance for success, enhance Southwest Wyoming's brand and ability to market itself towards specific industries, position the region to attract new businesses, and prepare the region to help existing businesses expand, gain a greater and more diverse business foundation by generating new and retaining existing primary jobs, improve the overall tax base, employment levels, quality of life, and economic prosperity for years to come. The goals include improve, strengthen, and grow the Southwest Wyoming economic climate, recruit at least 2 primary sector industry businesses to the region within 7 years, generate 50 to 100 new jobs within 70 years. Funding. BRC funding represents 75% of the total eligible project costs. The request for the Southwest Wyoming targeted industry study was originally not recommended for funding due to lack of available funds in the planning category of the allocation plan. With funding in the planning category, staff is comfortable with recommending funding for this request. It is a regional approach, and staff has encouraged this type of collaboration where possible. I can take any questions, and there are representatives from the various towns to also answer any questions.
Great, great, thank you. Are there any questions for Braden? I failed to ask if there was any public comment on the allocation plan. So since I missed that before we get into the applicant, I thought I'd ask if there's any public comment on the allocation plan that was presented prior to this planning grant application. If not, if the applicant would like to come visit with us, come to the podium, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commission members. My name is Gary Welling. Met a few of you yesterday. I'm with the Economic Development Commission from Uintah County. The director there. We have a good group of commission members that have tried real hard to increase the economic impacts of Southwest Wyoming, specifically Uintah County, and have a great relationship with our towns throughout the county. This project came up as a example, I guess, that Goshen County went through about a year ago, was funded with a BRC grant for the same type of thing that we're trying to do, and was funded for Goshen County. Talking with Ashley with Goshen County, she says it's the best thing they've done. And so you hear that as an economic developer and you think, hey, we want to do the best that we can do as well. And she says it gives them a direction, it gives them targeting, marketing for their county, where they can really focus on their efforts to find somebody for Southeast Wyoming, and we want to do the same with Southwest Wyoming. And some of our demographics in Uintah County are similar to South Lincoln, and so we reached to the north to our friends up in Kemmer, presented them with that opportunity to combine with us, to team up with us, and apply for this grant, and they graciously accepted that offer and teamed up with us to ask for this grant. So I'm surprised and excited to hear that we got some extra funds for these planning grants. I hope that you decide that that's viable for Uintah County in our applications. So there's a couple others I think want to speak as well, if that's okay.
Great,
Mr.
thank
Chairman.
you. Yeah, please come forward.
I'm too tall, I apologize. Good afternoon, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the board. My name is Andrew Nelson. I am a member of the board for the South Lincoln County Economic Development Corporation. I'm also the city administrator for the city of Kemmer. We represent 5 communities in South Lincoln County, including Kemmer, Diamondville, Opal, LaBarge, and Cokeville. When we were approached by Uintah County's EDC to pursue this project, we were rather excited because Alone, we just don't have the population or the workforce necessary to pursue a planning grant of this size, even though we have several major industries, including companies like ExxonMobil, that generates 20% of the nation's helium. We have a coal mine that employs 300 employees. We have a power plant that employs 150 employees. But a lot of those employees travel from surrounding communities, including Evanston and around it in Uintah County. And our shared economic traits are actually much stronger as we look south compared to some of our other regional neighbors. We even draw employees from Utah.
It's okay, you can say it.
You can say it. But of those 1,000 employees that we have in the Kemmer-Diamondville area, I would say approximately a third commute from here in Uintah County, or perhaps from Sweetwater County as well. So the targeted study that we're pursuing is great for us because it allows us the opportunity to look strategically and with a targeted initiative to locate companies, businesses, other subsidiaries that might be able to use our byproducts, that might be able to pursue subcontracts based off of our primary employers. I will say that our cooperation that we have with Uintah County is extremely promising. I kind of liken it to a family reunion. We have our brothers and sisters in Lincoln County up in Star Valley. They're great. We see them all the time, but it's kind of nice to go to a family reunion, see your cousins. That's Uintah County. We really enjoy seeing our cousins, and we share a lot of traits with them. We're working cooperatively already in several other sectors, including tourism, including retail recruitment, and again, those sectors and those initiatives that we're pursuing together are very, very promising. At the end of the day, our commitment to this project will not only benefit Evanston and Uintah County, it will also benefit South Lincoln County. What's good for Evanston is going to be good for us because we do share that regional workforce. So I very much encourage you to approve this grant application. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Semple. Go ahead.
This is not my forte, but I live and serve in the town of Bear River, Wyoming, and for some of you that may not know, that's 10 miles north of here. Because I serve on the town council, I have the opportunity to work on the Uintah County Economic Development Commission, and I just want to echo what Gary said and mention that the commission just has some people that have just some really great ideas and a lot of drive and a lot of knowledge, and I'm just super excited. It would be wonderful if we could get this grant to kind of help us to find out what we need to do to make our gem of a little city here to be more able to be marketed. So that's kind of where they asked me to speak, was because Gary and I and a concerned resident came together in a small meeting outside of the economic development meeting to talk about what we could do to market Uintah County, Evanston, the little areas around Evanston. And so when we got together, then we talked about things. We all had great ideas. We had brought our best information forward, but then we kind of started to realize that we actually don't have the knowledge or the training that tells us who we're marketing to. One of the things that we thought was, we have I-80 right here. We could just market to anybody that's driving east or west and say, bring your businesses here. But what do you put on a sign like that, or what do you do? And so that was questionable, and so that's kind of where we decided that we would try to find somebody that could help us to make those decisions so that we wouldn't be throwing money at certain things that would not work. So that's kind of what we wanted to do, and that's kind of why we presented this to you, and so we're excited to have this happen, and I think that your money would be spent in the best way possible, just because we have a group of people that are just going to be able to take this to the max if we could. So, anyway, thank you very much.
What's your name, ma'am?
My name's Liz Pace. See, I told you I wasn't very good at this.
That's quite all right.
I'm with the town of Bear River. I serve on the Bear River Council, and I'm on the Uena County Economic Development Commission.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? So, personally, I think this cooperative effort is exactly what we at the Business Council like to see. I think the fact that it's targeted is another strong point, and I, for one, think this is a great application. Any other questions from the board? Any other questions to the applicant? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and approved to fund the grant application as proposed. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations. Co-Chair, I believe that concludes the agenda for the Community Grant and Loan Committee.
Mr. Chairman, one other thing. Your recommendation will now go to the State Loan and Investment Board, and I believe they will meet April 12th. We'll verify that. I think Pete had a different date, but it's either April 6th or 12th, and I think it's the 12th, but we'll verify that.
Okay, there are two people I'd really like to thank today, and Ben Peterson is one person that nobody thanks, nobody understands what he does. Nobody sees him, he sits back there hidden, but, and Sean said it this morning, Ben is being used by Endow and other agencies for his expertise in everything that he's doing, recording and making it go so that people can see what happens. So Ben, thank you very much for what you do. And quite frankly, if you all look back over here to my left, that's all the stuff that Ben unloads from the trailer, which is outside. And I don't know whether anybody helps him load it back up, but he's an unsung hero to me. The second person, Tom Johnson. I don't know where Tom is, but Tom didn't get to say very much. This is going to cost you, my friend. Tom didn't get a chance to say very much today, but let me tell you, if you think Sean's going to be busy, Tom's going to be twice as busy, just with the Endow bills that went through, plus the others. So I really appreciate. I give Tom a lot of credit, and then I also give him a lot of BS, but he does a great job, and it's really appreciated. Let's see. As a reminder, all advisory committees will meet during the week of April 16th. So Warren will be sending out calendars. Standing committee meetings will be announced in the coming weeks. Let's see, the remaining board meeting dates, May 23rd and 24th in Gillette. And I hope everybody can be there. September 5th and 6th in Cody, and December 5th and 6th in Laramie. So put those on your calendar.
Mr. Chairman, a question about the advisory committee meetings. Are those going to be in person, or are they virtual, or the conference calls? Or okay. Conference.
Mr. Hoops, great question. Those meetings will be held as they have been in the past. They'll be available in Cheyenne, also via GoToMeeting.
Okay. Thank you, Warren.
Sean, have you got anything further to say before we?
Just quickly, we'll send out the poll to gauge interest from the board members in which advisory committees that you want to serve. Now that hopefully the legislature will be ending today, and now that somewhat done being shell-shocked with all of the legislation, we'll start figuring out how all of this pieces together. and we will be consulting with all of you, particularly the advisory committees, to figure out how we're going to incorporate this new body of work into those committees. So I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Johnson.
You said I didn't talk much, Pete, so I thought I'd just take the opportunity to say something. I'm trying to get emotional. Ben Avery, who's been with us for 17 years, is probably not going to be at the next board meeting because he'll be retired. So we're holding a retirement party for him. You probably got the email, but I just want to say to the board, on April 27th in Cheyenne from 3 to 7 at the depot, we're going to be holding a retirement party for Ben Avery, who's been a dear friend and mentor of a lot of us at the Business Council, and many of you know Ben's work over the years. Ben Avery, not Ben Peterson. But Ben's been amazing. I don't know if he's listening now. I hope he is, because he definitely deserves a send-off, and I wish he was here now so everybody could give him a big round of applause. April 27th, from 3 to 7 in Cheyenne at the depot. We'll have cake and ice cream and other things. But Ben's been an awesome part of the Business Council success for almost 2 decades, and I just thought that I wanted to make sure I said to the board that we wanted to honor him, and he's been just an amazing resource and mentor for many, many of us. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Okay. Anybody? Thank you, Tom. Anybody have anything to say?
Mr. Co-Chair, just a quick comment. First of all, I'd like to thank the Nominating Committee for the consideration and the support of the board for the position. I look forward to the opportunity to serve the board and serve folks in Wyoming through this endeavor. And as I told you on the phone, Pete, you load the wagon, we'll pull it. So,
thank you. I think the CEO and so forth has loaded this wagon. So. Okay. Anybody else for anything else to say? Well, my watch says it's 2 o'clock. Perfect.
Well, Cactus was never this fast.
No. Well,
careful.
There's a few people that need to get over South Pass. There's a few people that need to go east. There's a few people that need to get to Sheridan. Who's the furthest? I think Mike Easley probably
might be. I don't know.
I think so.
Gotta be.
Got to be close. So
just 8 hours.
Thanks again for having me as co-chair this year. It'll be an interesting year. I will guarantee it. It will be busy. So thank you, and everybody safe travel.
Mr. Chairman, there's, if any of the board members would like a few extra copies of our annual report to distribute, please let us know, and we have some with us, and we can get more if necessary.
Happy trails, safe driving.
See you, Cactus.
Cactus. Take care.
Happy trails. Yep. Thank you, y'all. Have a safe trip.